hand over the lane to the next driver.
Which side, Carlos? All right, hello everyone. Welcome to Electric Dreams. This is the FarrOut race, and I am Mark Natividad, your host with the most calling the shots, live trackside. Welcome everybody. Good morning, and it is a great day here in El Segundo to race. Must be low 70s. It's feeling like low 70s. I'm wearing shorts, so yes, I am back. I missed the last race. I had a little head wonker, and but as you can probably hear, I still got a little residual congestion left, but that's on its way out. But I'm back in the swing of things, calling the shots here. All right, let's see who's on this morning. Let's see. Let's take a look and see who is on, and I will happily give you some shout-outs. All right, let me check in here. All right, volume off. Oh, those advertisements. All right, here we go. All right, we are in. And I am live on the chat. All right. Good morning to everybody. And we are here live for the FarrOut race at Electric Dreams in El Segundo, California, the world's biggest slot car store. All right, if you come on the chat, please let me know where you're from. I'll give you a shout out. And weather check. What's the weather like where you're at? I'd be interested to know. And so would everybody else, most likely. All right, still doing some warm-ups here today. We're running the NSR F1 class. Now, the FarrOut Slot Car Club is a huge club in Los Angeles. They run at 4, 5, 6 different tracks around Los Angeles. Interesting club. They've been around for a long time. And it's great racing, very casual, very fun. And with their club, you don't need you don't have to buy a car. You can just come and show up and pay your racing fee, and they will provide loaners and controllers for you. So that's a great thing about this type of club racing. So if you're interested in club racing or even racing here at El Segundo, come on by. We'll give you Mr. Stephen Farr's contact so you can check out the club, but it's very fun, and it really, really makes it accessible for everyone. Right, so I believe, are we doing GT first? Okay, so we'll be running the Revo GT class as well. And these are all the Revo GT cars, which includes GT1, GT2. So Mercedes, Porsche, Marcos, Ferrari F40. I see a Corvette in there. I know I think I saw a Viper and maybe a McLaren. So those are all the GT cars from Revo. And again, box stock class, you're not allowed to soup it up in the sense of add a motor or do anything to the car that doesn't come in the box. You can't add any parts that do not come into the box. So the guide, whatever the car comes with, the screws, you can't add any extra. You can't put ball bearings. So pretty much box stock, and this is what we call true box stock. You can true the tires and make some adjustments, but that's about all you can do. All right, we are getting ready to call out the drivers 3 times, and I will be running in the classes, so I will be here as long as I am not racing or marshalling. I think someone's going to marshal for me, so I should be here. Oh, look at that! I'm in. I think I'm in the first race here. Pretty sure I just saw my name pop up. So I guess I won't be calling the shots in the Revo class. My apologies. But I'll be back for F1, that's for sure.
I am going to blow up the place.
Who's on black?
God, if I knew they were going to let me be at the mic, I would have brought my guitar.
Yes.
I don't care if it rains or freezes, as long as I've got my plastic Jesus riding on the dashboard of my car.
Okay, here we go. You guys ready? Yeah, I'm ready. Go everywhere.
Wait.
What?
Eddie said wait.
I don't care about it.
I'm supposed to be up here.
Here we go. He's going behind the screen.
There we go.
Are we live? Are we live?
Eddie, choose the regular mic. Have a seat.
This one.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, nothing here. Must be going over the internet, I believe. If this by chance is going over the internet, I'm going to be announcing I am Eddie Shorer.
He's just talking to the world.
I'm just going to talk to myself, imagining that it's going out to the world.
3, 2, 1, hit it.
And the race is starting. David Reynolds on red, Richard Rodriguez white, Tony DeSalvo green,
Track code.
Mark Natividad on blue, and Chris Snyder on yellow. 5 out of 6 on the field. Mark Natividad runs into the lead on blue lane. Fastest lap, 8:4:14 by Mark on blue. Brings it down to a 7.985 on blue.
Track code.
You're on black. He said to put him in late races. Well, it's all right. Just keep going. Just keep going. We just started. We just started.
Carlos, is this going out onto... I was just confirming that this is on YouTube, so just checking. Is the volume okay from where I am? Perfect. Okay, let me continue. So, ladies and gentlemen, mostly gentlemen, no doubt, this is a FarrOut race. We're a FarrOut club. Name of the club, FarrOut. We are based in the Southern California area around Los Angeles. We have 8 tracks, and this is one of the 8 tracks that we race at. We race twice a month. We have 8 classes. We run 2 classes each day of racing.
Eddie, say hi to the camera. You're on camera.
Oh, I'm on camera. Yikes. Oh, if I... Okay, perfect. Okay, Tim Herrera just popped in with a new fresh haircut. He's going to be on black lane. It looks, I don't know if we're going to restart it or not, but are they going to restart it? Okay, we're going to restart the race since Tim Herrera arrived. Now we do have a full field of 6 racers on the track. The biggest differences between racing that normally happens at Electric Dreams and the FarrOut Club racing is these cars are very lightly tuned. They do not have magnets in any of them, but they, other than in the motors, of course, but they, you're allowed to true the tires, remove the magnet if it has one, and that's it. On the Revo cars that they're running right now, which is the Revo Slot GT1, they do have the deep guide. You could run the shallow guide if you wanted to, not really recommended here.
So, is this the green room, and then that's where you go?
Okay, looks like we're getting ready to restart the race. Let's see if I can make my eyebrows go up again. So we've got David Reynolds red, Richard Rodriguez white, Tony DeSalvo green, Mark Natividad blue, Chris Snyder yellow, and never late Tim Herrera on yellow. Okay, the second thing, as I started to mention, what's different is these, in the FarrOut Club, we use the house controllers.
2, 1, go.
So you don't bring your own controller, you use what's there, and there are loaner cars provided so that you can just show up and race. The race has been restarted. Mark is out to a lead again with an 8.201. Second place on red, David Reynolds with an 8.518. He brings it down to an 8.108. Third, Tony DeSalvo on green. Mark's the only one into the sevens, brings it down to a 7.839. I'm looking over the field. We've got some experienced racers here. On White Lane, Richard Rodriguez does have a track, and he hosts races on his track for the FarrOut Club. Looks like there's something on the track. They finally had a track call to see what's up on Black Lane to remove it. So we have Mark on blue lane in first, Tony on green in second, and Chris on yellow in third. Tim Herrera is now the second fastest car on this track, 7.853. It's still blue, followed by green, followed by yellow. Black lane is the shortest lane on the track. The opposite end, red, that's the longest way around the track. However, depending on how you drive, sometimes the longer lanes you can keep up with the shorter lanes. At least that's my experience. Tony moved into second now. It's Mark on blue in first, Tony second on green, and Chris on yellow in third. Fast on track is Tim Herrera with a 7.585 on the black lane, but he's in last place. Shows it's not always the fastest car that's going to be the leader. In this case, he's fifth right now on black lane. Blue lane is first with 20 seconds to go. Green second, holding on, staying in the slot helps. Third now, Tim has moved into third. Blue lane, Mark Natividad is first, second Tony on green is second, and third is Tim Herrera. Fourth is Chris Snyder, fifth red lane David Reynolds, and sixth Richard Rodriguez on white. I just realized, unlike the FarrOut races, where each heat, which are usually on 3 or 4 lane tracks, we have a different set of drivers entirely. But here at Electric Dreams, since they're running it through the software that they have, we're going to run all 6 drivers through all 6 lanes in a regular race. The computer randomly selected who would be in this first race. So we'll be watching the same drivers on all 6 lanes, and you're stuck with listening to me. So it looks like second place is 2 laps behind the leader. And third place is very close behind the second place.
30 seconds.
So the leader is now moving to white lane. The second place is now moving to the yellow lane. And third place is moving to the blue lane. So we're going to see some changing up here probably. We'll see. Mark's a good driver. in the lead. Also an employee at Electric Dreams, a little bit of a home track advantage perhaps.
Go.
What's that? Yeah, yes, it was. I started spilling it. Thank you. And the second heat, we've got Mark still in the lead on the white lane, Tim Herrera in second on the blue lane, Tony in third on the yellow lane. The two inner lanes in the middle of the track are a little bit hard if you come off there for the marshal to get to. You really lose time. Depending on who's marshal, you can lose a half a lap or more. Best to be cautious when approaching those turns. Fastest lap, only one. Oh, we got Tim Herrera, 7.5 on blue lane, followed by Mark, 7.9 on white lane. We'll see if Tim's going to catch up to him. 31 for Mark, 29 for Tim. He's a little more than 2.5 laps behind. Tony DeSalvo dumps it. He moved down to 5th and came up to 4th. So we've got now Mark on white in the lead, followed by by David Reynolds in second. Third is Chris Snyder. There's been some moving around. Tim Herrera must have come out a couple of times. He's dropped down to 6th and now just came back up to 4th. Turning some fast laps. Only Tim and Mark are in the 7s.
1 minute.
Tim driving a lot faster, just a 7.6, whereas Mark turned an 8.3, 8.0 that lap. Mark has just under a 3-lap lead over Tim Herrera, and David Reynolds in third is just behind second place. But second place, Tim Herrera is going a little faster. Except for that last lap. Back to fast lap, 7.5 for Tim Herrera in second. The only one in the 7s. And a new fast lap, 7.501 by Tim Herrera on the blue lane, but he's still in second. About 2.5 laps back
Please change lanes.
of the leader. So the leader is Mark Natividad on the white lane, just finished in first with 44 laps. Tim Herrera in second with 41 laps. Third, David Reynolds with 41 laps, but he's about a half a lap back of second. Fourth, we've got Chris Snyder with 41 laps. Pretty close behind third.
1 minute.
Fifth,
30 seconds.
40 laps, Richard Rodriguez struggling on that red lane. And sixth is Tony DeSalvo. So fifth and sixth are pretty close. Mark so far holding on to that lead after the long way around white lane, so he's in pretty good shape. He's going to be moving to red. That's the long way around, and we'll see how he does after this heat. If he can maintain his 2-lap lead or stay close to it, he'll do pretty fine, because after red it's all smaller, shorter lanes on the way back down.
Okay, in the next race we have
30 seconds.
Kevin, Lon, Walter, and Ryan. Oh, I'm sorry, is there more than one Tim leader? The Tim?
We now have Mark on red, Tim on white, Richard on green, Chris on blue, David on yellow, and Tony on black.
Do you already have a partner for the Halloween?
I will find one, yes. I have somebody. Thanks.
2, 1, power.
We'll check our times here on this third heat. This is moving toward halfway through. David Reynolds gets into the sevens. He's 7.9 on yellow lane, and he is in third place, so he may be able to move up out of third into second. Tim Herrera, 7.7, faster. Yep, Tim is driving that white lane pretty well. So we still have Mark on red lane in the lead, followed by Tim on the white lane, who's back about 3 laps. Closer to 4. Oh, I'm sorry. Looking at the wrong thing here. He's 2 laps back. Yeah, he's 2 laps back. So second is 2 laps back. You don't tell me everything, I don't tell you everything. Okay, we still have Mark in the lead over Tim. That's red over white. Blue lane lost a chunk of time there by coming off in that spot that I mentioned before. Mark turns 60 and Tim turns 59. He's got a little bit over 1 lap lead on red over white. David Reynolds on yellow is still in third, and he's about 2 laps, about 1 lap and a little behind second. So it's red, white, and yellow for second, third. Coming down to the halfway mark of the race. 3 lanes complete, and that is it.
Please change lanes.
Mark Natividad maintaining his lead on red lane by a lap, just under a lap over second. Tim Herrera on white with 64. Third place, 63 for David, so he's about a lap and a half back. Fourth, Richard Rodriguez moving up as he goes from green lane down to yellow. You're going to see him probably catch up to David. We will see. Minute and 20 to go here during this lane change. All they're doing during lane change is changing their sticker, using the lint roller to clean their tires, sometimes putting braid juice on the braids, but we've been kind of discouraging that lately since some people tend to over oil and over braid juice their cars, and it's been messing up with some traction on occasion. So we've been trying to shame people away from doing that. Oh. Hey Mark, how you doing? I'm good. I'm watching you win a race. Hang in there. Yep. And then we'll have a real announcer on in a minute.
Nah.
So we got Tim Herrera now moving from the white lane to the red, and you'll see he may drop down. There's a good chance that Richard Rodriguez may be able to move up and catch him as Tim goes to red and Richard goes to yellow. Keep it on, Richard.
3, 2, 1, power.
And we're off. Tim is on red, Chris on white, Mark on green, Tony on blue, Richard on yellow, David on black. Richard dumps it, which does take some lap time away. Mark with a 7.630, way ahead of everybody else. He's a good 3/10, is almost 4/10 ahead of second place Tim on red. David hanging on to third since Richard came off, making it harder for him to catch him. .75 laps for Mark on green as the leader, and he has a 7.5 for his time. May as well match it up. Second is a little more than a lap behind first place, and third is 2 laps back of second. That's black behind red. Black lane staying 1 lap ahead of fourth. That's black ahead of yellow. And Richard dumps it again in a terrible spot. That's gonna hurt.
Attention, 1 minute.
Mark maintaining that 1 lap lead. More than a lap and a half over second. And Mark is now going to be moving down to yellow after this heat is over. 30 seconds left.
30 seconds.
So first place has almost 2 laps over second.
10 seconds.
Okay, that's the end of the fourth heat. Mark Natividad on green lane. He just finished. He has 89 laps. Second, Tim Herrera has 87.3 laps. Third, 85 laps. 2 laps back of second. Fourth, Richard is almost 2 laps behind third with 83.28. Fifth, 81.43. Almost 2 laps back of fourth. And sixth, Tony is 80 laps. He's about a little more than a lap behind fifth. 2 heats to go. Mark has been in the lead since the power was turned on. He hasn't slipped at all, driving a very good race. In that last heat, Mark had the fastest lap on green with 7.464. Second fastest was Tim Herrera with 7.680. Both of those guys used to be HO racers, very involved in HO racing, and they've made the transition to 1/32 scale. Tim also races 1/24 scale hard body racing. over at Piranha Speedway. Coming up on 10 seconds. That's what the bell means. They're ready to come out fighting. Mark switching down to the yellow lane. He should really expand his lead now. Keeping it on. A little confusion as to whose car is on what lane. I don't know if somebody left a car on the track, one of the loaner cars maybe, I don't know, but whatever it is, it hurt Tim Herrera. Still in second though. Fastest lap out. Oh, that must have been a rider with 5.5. Yeah, he didn't do that, that's for sure. Mark is in the lead with 93 laps, followed by Tim, who now has 93, so he's 2 laps back, just under 2 laps for second. Third is David with 90. Fastest lap on the track, Tim Herrera again, 7.6. Mark's a little slower at 7.7, but Mark's been keeping it on. That's how he's keeping his lead throughout this race. He's going to finish on black lane, which is the short way around. He'll just have to basically keep it on and bring in the win. Tim Herrera is catching them. Tim's doing faster laps. Tim's got a 7.497 compared to a 7.681. They're on the same lap. 102 for Mark, and there's 102 for Tim. 103 for Mark, and 103 for Tim. Tim is turning faster laps and catching them. But he's on green lane, he's still 2 lanes over. 7.377 for Tim Herrera on green. They are on the same lap. 107 for Mark, 107 for Tim. Tim is closing the gap. There's the beep for Tim and the beep for Tim. That was Mark and then Tim. 109 for Mark, 109 for Tim. 20 seconds to go. They're both keeping them on.
10 seconds.
With 10 seconds, he's still just a bit behind.
In the stint, please change
Tim
lanes.
Herrera came out toward the end, which is why he fell back some. So after 5 heats, we got 1 more lane to go. We've got Mark maintaining his lead with 112. Second, we've got Tim Herrera with 111.4, almost about a half a lap back. Third, we have David Reynolds with 106, quite a bit back, 5 laps back.
Attention,
Fourth,
1 minute left.
Richard Rodriguez with 104. He's 2 laps, under 2 laps behind third. Fifth, Tony DeSalvo, and Chris Snyder, and 6 is Tony DeSalvo. With 1 heat to go, I know as a racer myself, what I want to do at this point is look at the results, see who's ahead of me, who's behind me, figure what lanes they're on, what lane I'm on, try to come up with a kind of strategy to see what I need to do. I might have to take a risk, drive a little bit faster, but I'm going to not try to do that in those inner turns, which, depending on the marshalling, can really set you back. In this case,
30 seconds.
Mark has to be careful, being black lane, it's what we call a gutter lane on the outside, and he has to watch out for cars getting in his way on 2 of the main turns, where a lot of people do come off those inner turns of the track. And there it is, 10 seconds to go. Final heat, and it is Mark on yellow is going to be on black. Watch black lane, and right next to him on yellow lane. Yellow lane is the qualifying lane on this track, and it's a good fast lane. Tim's complaining about the controller. One of the problems with FarrOut Club, I would say the number one, people complain about the controllers because we use house controllers and they don't always suit all the people. But we all got to drive them all. Mark is still in the lead with 2 minutes to go. He's got 2 laps over second, almost 3. I take it back, just a little over 2. First place, Mark Natividad on blue. Second place, Tim Herrera on yellow. Third place, David Reynolds on third, maintaining that. And he's got a good, comfortable 2 laps over fourth place, Richard Rodriguez. David came out. That'll set him back a little bit. Back on track with an 8.5. Richard's doing an 8.2. Richard has a chance to catch, well, one minute to go. It's going to be hard for Richard to catch him unless David comes out.
Attention, 1 minute.
With 1 minute to go, Mark is leading the race on black lane by 2 laps over yellow lane, Tim Herrera. Third, David Reynolds. Pretty solidly in third right now. Fourth, Richard Rodriguez. Fifth, we've got Chris Snyder. And sixth, Tony DeSalvo.
30 seconds.
With 30 seconds to go, Mark is going to bring it home. Got his 2-lap lead, 20 seconds to go. Almost 3 laps. Extending that lead. Third doesn't have a chance to catch second, so we've got the final results are going to be in, and they stayed what they were for a long time in this race. First place, Mark Natividad with 135. Second place, Tim Herrera with 132. Third place, David Reynolds with 127. Fourth, Richard Rodriguez, 126. Fifth, Chris Snyder with 120. And sixth place, Tony DeSalvo with 117. We're going to get a real announcer in here in a second, and I think get to race, not this next one, but coming up. Let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, not the next one, but coming up. Congratulations.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Oh, careful, careful.
Yeah, there's a high step.
That's what I did when I spilled my coffee all over.
That's all right.
Here we go. Hey.
All right.
Congratulations.
Yeah, just
Good
kept
run.
it in.
How did it feel out there?
It felt great. You know what I've been doing? Actually,
Yeah.
last week, because I was off,
Yeah.
I had a cold, I'm running my HO cars.
Oh, cool.
So there's a lot more control that you have to do with those so fast.
Yeah.
So I think actually that helped me.
I mentioned on here that both you and Tim Herrera are HO racers in the beginning. That's
Yes.
what you guys really do,
Yes.
and it shows. You guys have the experience. Cool. Well, I'm going to go hang out some more.
Okay.
I get to race not the next one, but the one after.
I'll be calling the shots for you, Eddie. All right, good job, Eddie. Thank you, Eddie Shore. Fast Eddie. All right, fast Eddie. All right, I am back. And just ran a good race. So, yeah, I was just keeping it cool, trying to keep the car in the slot and not overdrive it. I think I had one off in white and a couple offs in white, and I think red as well. So, but every other lane was good. I felt good, and just trying to be cautious and patient. And the cars ran well using all the loaner cars. That's another great thing about the FarrOut guys using the loaner cars. So every car seemed run good. I didn't have an issue on the controller on yellow, honestly. I mean, I don't know if I felt a difference, but I just ran it just like I would run any other controller. So, so there you have it. So, a good day for racing for me so far in the first class of the Revo GT. I honestly thought they were racing the Group 2. For some reason, I heard Group 2 instead of GT2. So, anyways, I brought the wrong car, but great loaners that were set up by the FarrOut Slot Car Club. All right, let's see who's on. Let's see what I missed here. Give you some shout outs. Just got to get my YouTube back up here. All right, thanks for joining us. You are live here at Electric Dreams in El Segundo, California, the world's biggest slot car store. And we are hosting the FarrOut Club race today. We're running the Revo Slot GT, and we'll be running F1 next. All right. Marion, welcome to the chat. How's it going? Thank you for your wonderful comments for Eddie. And Mario, what's up, Mario? How's it going? Welcome to the live chat, and thanks for joining us here at Electric Dreams. Because the slot cars are back. I just love saying that. All right, hope everybody's doing well. Hope you're having a great morning here. It is showing... there we go. Okay, good to know. Good to know. All right. All right, it is I'm showing about 76 degrees outside, so not bad for a fall day in California. All right, next race we have the racers lining up on the grid. We've got Ryan Delgado in red, Walter Baines in white, DeJuan Clark in green, Kevin Tabucci in blue, Tim Fleener in yellow, and Chris Tsukamoto in black lane. Right, this is the second heat. We have 4 heats today. We just finished the first heat, so this is the start of the second heat. All right, here we go. Off we go. Now, looks like some of these guys are running their own cars. I know Ryan's running his own. Walt, most likely. Also Kevin. DeJuan, I think, has his own car. Eddie. Chris Tsukamoto's got his own car. Definitely Tim Fleener has his own car. All right, so we got Walter Baines out in front right away. He's a great driver, really good driver, really focused, really sets up some really great cars. All right, 7.5 out of 7.544. 7.3 now out of Walt on the white lane. He's our leader. Somebody came out. We got a crash there on blue and green. That was Tim and Kevin. All right, the name of the game is keeping it in the slot because you lose lap time as soon as you come out, and if the marshals aren't paying attention, then sometimes they'll miss you and you'll lose a little bit more lap time. But you got to stay in the slot. All right, for those of you not familiar with Revo, it's a pretty good slot car platform, all metal chassis. These GT cars are pretty much box stock. Out of the box, you're allowed to true the tires, oil and tune and make adjustments, and that's it. So that everybody is pretty much the same, and then it just comes down to driver's skill. All right, let's see. Walter's taking the lead. He's got 13 laps. Followed closely behind is Chris Tsukamoto in black. He just got 13. Now he's at 14. So Chris is less than a lap behind Walt. Somebody just came off. That was Ryan in red. So we got Walter with 15 laps. Now Walter with 16 laps. And Chris Tsukamoto with 16. So that's how close they are. So Chris is in that fast black lane. Walter's in the white lane, a long way around the track, so Chris is going to try to catch him. He's got to take advantage of being in that black lane. 18 laps for Chris, 18 for Walt in white. Third place, Kevin Tabucci in blue. Fourth place, Tim Fleener in yellow. Fifth, DeJuan Clark in green. And finally, Ryan Delgado trying to just make it out in that red lane. Just tough it out. Get it done. All right, Kevin just comes out. That may cost him a place. Tim Fleener's right behind him with 18 laps. Kevin's got 19. Now Tim's got 19. Kevin's got 20. Let's see how close Tim is in yellow. 20, so he's about a lap behind. But Walter's still holding the lead with 22 laps, now 23. 5 seconds left. 2, 1, and done. Great job. All right, so Walter Baines is our leader with 24 laps. He is moving to red lane. All right, so Kevin, let's see. Oh, no, sorry. Chris Tsukamoto's in second. Was in the black lane. He's moving over to blue lane. And then we've got third place, Kevin Tabucci. He's in blue lane. He's moving over to white lane. Tim Fleener fourth in yellow. He is moving over to black lane. Fifth place, we have DeJuan Clark in green. He is moving to yellow. And finally, Ryan Delgado was in red. Sixth place, and he is moving over to green lane. So he got that lane done. All right, again, thanks for joining us here live. Calling the shots here. This is Mark Natividad from Electric Dreams in El Segundo, California, the world's biggest slot car store. Thank you for joining us. Good morning. And for those of you just joining us, we are running the FarrOut Club race today. We're running Revo GT, and later we'll be running the NSR F1. That's a fun class. Can't wait for that one. So I did well in the first class, so I've got my own car for F1, so we'll see how I can hold it against these guys. F1's a little more tricky because you got open wheels, and two cars touch, and most likely you're both going off the track. So that's just the way F1 racing is. All right, getting the tires clean, getting the brake juice on the cars, and getting rid of the yips. All right, here we go. So Walter's moving over to red lane, so I know that's a little bit slower lane, so maybe Chris is gonna make up some lap time here. We'll see. Still pretty close between Chris and Walt. Chris Tsukamoto 23.79, Walter with 24. All right, off we go.
2, 1, go.
All right, good start. Nice and clean for Walt in the red lane. He's a great driver, very focused. He very, very seldomly comes out of the slot. All right, Chris Tsukamoto's holding his own in blue. Let's see how close they are. Walt with 27. Let's see where Chris is. And Chris with 27, so a little less than a lap length behind Walt. See if he can make some lap time. Keeps it cool, doesn't come out, doesn't get in any accidents. I think he'll catch up to Walt in the red lane. We'll see. So third, we got Kevin in white. Fourth, we have Tim Fleener in black. Fifth, DeJuan Clark in yellow. And sixth, Ryan Delgado in green lane. Kevin just came out. So Kevin is trying to catch Chris Tsukamoto. Kevin's got 31. Chris Tsukamoto's got 32. All right, every driver's in the 30s now. So Walter still in first place in red with 34 laps. Second, Chris Tsukamoto. Now he's got 34. Walt's got 35. He's first. Third, Kevin Tabucci in white. Fourth, Tim Fleener in black. Fifth, Ryan. Ryan's in fifth. Ryan takes that fifth back. There we go. He's moving up. And then DeJuan Clark moves down to sixth place in yellow. See what we have for fast laps here. We've got a 7-1 in black with Tim Fleenor, so that's a fast lap in black. 7-1. Kevin comes off again. All right, Walter with 41 laps in red. Chris Tsukamoto, 40 laps in blue. Tim Fleenor, 40 laps in black lane. He'll be gunning for Chris. He is pretty much behind Chris Tsukamoto, who's second. So Chris has 42 laps right there. Let's see where Tim Fleenor, 42 laps for Tim. So he's less than a lap behind him. Just got to keep it cool. Just keep it in the groove.
Are you working all day or are you just doing it? Like, I have to go and Carlos, for some reason, is just not wanting to come out here and help. It sucks. But I have to go to the hospital.
Okay.
Pick up at 11:30.
Okay.
These people are Brazilian.
Okay.
And they need a lot of help.
Okay.
So I got one car for them.
Okay.
Essentially,
Please
they're
change
a
lanes.
very digital prep. Okay. So I told them where they're at. It's the only thing that's ready to roll. Yeah. But we do have the chip option.
Yeah.
I want to ask, can you chip in the NSR F1?
You can. You can.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I grabbed the last picture and I put that on the counter for them.
Okay.
I wanted to do it.
Okay, thanks. All right. All right, I'll keep it on that. All right. Okay, that was the end of the second race. All right, so we have Walter Baines in the lead. He's got 47.44 laps. Chris Tsukamoto, second with 46.50. Tim Fleenor coming close. He's about a little less than a lap behind Chris in second, so Tim Fleenor's third. He was in black lane. Kevin Tabucci moves back to fourth. Ryan Delgado's keeping his fifth place, trying to move up his positions here, coming out of the slower lanes. And DeJuan Clark, sixth place in yellow.
Attention, 1 minute.
Thank you for joining us here live on the YouTube channel with the FarrOut team race. We are currently running the Revo team slot here. Revo slot GT. And we'll be running the NSR next. So stay tuned. Thank you for joining us. This is Mark Natividad, your host with the most, calling the shots live trackside. It's a great day for slot car racing. Well, every day is a great day for slot car racing, for that matter. All right, this is race number 3. I didn't even see how many laps I did total. Got to go back and look at that.
Three, two, one, power.
All right, here we go. All right, now Walter's in that green lane now. He's got a good lane, fast lane. He knows how to handle that green lane. Just flies by Chris and Kevin in red lane. Walter's trying to get some distance. He's got 49 laps. All right. Chris Tsukamoto's got 50. Walt's got 51 laps now. Sorry, I misread that. Walter has 52 laps. Now Chris has 51 laps. So he's about a lap behind Walter, first and second right there. Team Fleenor third in blue, 50 laps. Kevin Tabucci fourth in red, fifth. Ryan Delgado in yellow, and DeJuan Clark finally sixth in black lane. All right, so Walter with 56 laps, Chris Tsukamoto with 55 laps. Let's see where Chris is. Chris is running the white lane. So let's see how close Chris and Walter is. So Walter has 60. And Chris has 59, so he's about a lap behind. He's got to make up one lap. So, oh, somebody just knocked off Walter, so here comes Chris making the charge. Here we go. That's just the way it is. Car came off and hit Walter, knocked him out. So that'll give him a little bit better odds there of catching Walt. It's just, that's the way racing goes. Rubbing is racing. And so it goes. All right, Tim comes out. All right, so Walter's still in our first place. He's got 67 laps, followed by Chris Tsukamoto with 66 laps, so there's 1 lap difference between them. All right, Tim Fleener's trying to come up on Chris. Tim Fleener has 65 in blue, now 66 in blue. Kevin Tabucci in red with 64 laps. Ryan Delgado 5th in yellow with 63 laps. And finally, DeJuan Clark 6th with 59 laps. All right, Crick Crack, what's up? Hello, Crick Crack in Spain. Hola, amigos. ¿Qué tal? Great to have you on board here. Thank you. All right, if those of you who don't know, Crick Crack in Spain, it's one of the, to me, it's one of the world famous slot car stores. I first found out about it doing some homework and saying, you know, what's up? And when Marco went to Spain, he gave me a little insight on Crick Crack, and I got to see some pictures. So amazing. Spain is the mecca, and I do mean mecca of slot car racing in the world. There's more tracks in Spain, more clubs in Spain than anywhere else in the world. So Crick Crack, we thank you, we appreciate you, and keep on doing what you do, and we'll keep on doing what we do and promote this wonderful hobby for everybody. And Nico is on. What's happening? How you doing, Nico? Great to see you, Slot Car Dude. All right, good evening to you. I missed your podcast this morning, Nico, because I had to be here. So I'm going to go back and watch that. So, and I'll leave you some comments. But Nico's another great guy. He's in Austria, not Australia. Some people really get that wrong. But Nico's a great guy. He does a lot of content here on YouTube. If you're not familiar with his channel, give him some love. Go on over there, like, subscribe, and hit him up. And just another great slot car guy in our family here. So, Nico, we appreciate you, and I appreciate you. So thank you so much for what you do. All right, this is the 4th race. And we are going to be starting out with Walters moving to yellow, fast lane. All right, there's only 1 lap difference between him and Chris Tsukamoto, but Tsukamoto's in that red lane. So this is where Walt's got to get some distance. But Tim Fleener's coming up behind Chris. So this is a good opportunity for Chris to take advantage of Chris being in the red lane. All right, Walt's got 73 laps, now 74 laps. He's our leader in yellow. Chris Tsukamoto 2nd with 73. Tim Fleener 3rd in white with 72. Ryan Delgado 5th in black with 69. And finally, 6th place, we have DeJuan Clark, 65 laps. So here we go, 1st through 6th, we have Walter, Chris, Tim, Kevin, Ryan, and DeJuan. All right, Walter, first to 80 laps. Chris Sukimoko second with 79 laps. Right behind him, Tim Fleener in white with 78 laps. Kevin Tabucci, 2 laps behind our third place with 77 laps. Fifth, Ryan Delgado, 2 laps behind our fourth place with 75 laps. And Dewan is 70 laps in that blue lane, now 71. So he's pretty much 5 laps behind the fifth place. All right, thanks for joining us. You are watching us live here on YouTube from Electric Dreams in El Segundo, California, the world's biggest slot car store. Thank you for joining us. This is the FarrOut Revo Slot GT race. Roger Boyce, good evening. Great to have you here on the chat. From Barbados, say hello to Wayne and all the great guys over there. My Barbados brothers. Great to have you here. Hey, Nico, you're welcome anytime, my brother. You are definitely a man worthy of some shout-outs here, so we want to share the love, and this is how we do it. All right, so Walter is still our leader. He's got 92 laps, now 93 laps. Second is Chris. Chris has fallen behind. He's got 2 laps. Walter's got 2 laps on him, 93 and 91. All right, 10 seconds left. Black came out. That was Ryan. All right, it's into that one. All right, so Walter's holding his lead with 95.5 laps. Second place is Chris Sukimoto with 92.74 laps. Tim Fleener in third with 91.79 laps. Fourth place, Kevin Tabucci with 90.88 laps. Fifth place, Ryan Delgado with 87.08 laps. And finally, DeJuan Clark with 81 flat. All right, we're cleaning some tires, making some adjustments. Not attitude adjustments, car adjustments. Tire cleaning mostly. Although some may need attitude adjustments, you never know. All right. So coming up next month, you should definitely put this on your calendar. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, November 15th, 16th, and 17th, is the NSR Western Championships 2024, hosted here at Electric Dreams. And we will have Andrea himself from NSR, coming out to join us. So it is going to be an epic event. So make sure you join us for that. I am getting my car ready. I've been sort of prepping and doing all the things I need to do to get my car where I need to be. So still have to work on the body. So we'll see. But it's coming along. So please join us for the Western Championships here at Electric Dreams. All right, less than 10 seconds. Race number 5. And Walter is holding his lead. Walter's going to black lane, so he's going to be turning and burning, that's for sure. And off we go. Track call. There we go. Note to self.
3, 2, 1, go.
All right, off we go. I think one of the cars either stopped on the dead strip, was where the lap counter is, or it was put on the dead strip at the start. So the monitor up in the front turns here, from my perspective, is kind of blocking that section, so I can't really see what's going on or where the car was. All right, Walter's turning and burning in black lane. So he's our leader. 99, he'll be the first to 100 laps. There's 100 laps for Walter. Chris Tsukamoto second in green with 97 laps. Now 98 laps. Third place, Tim Fleener. He's in that long way around the track in red. He's got 97 laps. Fourth place, Kevin Tabucci. He is, where? He's in yellow. Yep, yellow with 96 laps. Ryan Delgado in blue with 93 laps. And finally, Dewan Clark in white with 86 laps. Andy from Scotland, welcome. Thanks for joining us, lad. Great to have you, lad. Welcome aboard. It's great having people from all over the world. We got Barbados, we have Austria, we have Scotland, we have Spain. Wow, pretty much all the great countries represented here. We just need the flags. Get some more flags up in here. We only put the flags up for the nationals, by the way, so. But welcome. Thanks for joining us. All right, we've got Walter in first place, 110 laps for Walt. Second place, Chris Tsukamoto in green with 108. And that was a track call. I don't know why there was a track call. Oh, car was put in the wrong lane. Ah, that is a track call. All right, Chris Tsukamoto. I don't know why I say Tsukamoto. There we go. He's in green lane. He's got 109 laps. Second place. Third is Tim Fleener in red with 108. Fourth place, Kevin Tabucci with 106. Fifth place, Ryan Delgado in blue with 103. And finally, Dewan Clark, sixth place in white lane with 94 laps. Now 95 laps. HSF Racing, welcome aboard. Welcome to the chat. Thank you for joining us here live on the YouTube channel for the FarrOut Club Race. We're doing the Revo GTs, and soon after, we'll be doing NSR F1s, my favorite. Welcome aboard. Thank you for joining us. Great to have you here. And now we've got Portugal on board. Wow, look at that. That's awesome. Just called out all the countries, but add Portugal to that. There we go. All right. Great racing. Great racing. All right, Antonio. Welcome, welcome. So HSF, we are running the Revo GTs, and these are all basically the GT cars, 30-second scale, of course. They do have BRM is their sister company, but those are the 24 scale. So yeah, these are GT, and GT includes GT1 and GT2. So any GT car is legal for this class, and this is box stock. So basically, anything that comes in the box can be used on the car. So you can't add parts. You can take parts away, but probably wouldn't help you. And you can chew the tires and tune it up and get the gear mesh good and oil the bearings, and that's it. So pretty much what it comes down to is setup and driving. So fun cars to run. Fun cars to run. Yep. Eddie's on the other side of the track. Eddie's turn marshalling. Hey Mario, thank you for your comments. I try to do my utmost best when I'm broadcasting, calling the shots. I want you to be a part of this, and it's one thing to just say a few things, but I really want everybody to be a part of the race and feel that they're here. So that's what I bring to this, but thank you very much. Not now. Thank you, Nico. Appreciate it, man. Thank you. Just spreading the love, man. Love this hobby. Love it, love it, love it. If I was on a desert island without a slot car track, I don't know how long I'd survive. All right. This is the last race here at the FarrOut Revo GT. This is this last race in the second heat. So we've got two more heats coming up. Stay tuned. Thank you for joining us. All right, so our current leader and still in the lead is Walter. He's in blue lane now. And now we've got Chris Tsukamoto still in second. He's in yellow. Tim Fleener still in third. He's in green. Kevin Tabucci fourth in black. Ryan Delgado fifth in white lane. And DeJuan Clark, red lane, sixth place. And yes, Nico, thank you for reminding me. And don't forget to hit that like and subscribe button. Come on now, all this juicy slot car goodness, you'll be missing out if you don't. So, don't make me come over there and make me hit your button for you to subscribe and like. I mean, if you need help. But you never know who's going to stop by. So, you know what? I'd love to stop by and visit all you guys. Nico, definitely got to come see you. And Crick Crack and all the Barbados. I got to go race with these guys in Barbados. And I need to retire. That's what I need to do so I can just travel and go see some great slot car tracks and experience slot car racing and be one with my slot car brothers. We should have a union. Is there a slot car union? No, I don't think so. That would be cool. The World Slot Car Union, WSU. That might be mistaken for some kind of wrestling. I don't know. All right, back to the race. We still got Walter in first place. Chris Tsukamoto, second place. Tsukamoto. I said it again. Tsukamoto in second place. All right, third place, Tim Fleener. Fourth place, Kevin Tabucci. In black, fifth place, Ryan Delgado in white, and DeJuan Clark in red lane, sixth place. Narciso, welcome to the channel. All right, great to have you here. Saludos desde Isla Canarias y buenas carreras. Try to get that right. Yeah, got to work on my Spanish. It's been a while. All right, this is the last race of this heat. And I'm going to pretty much say Walter is going to solidify his lead and his first place on this race. So great job. And that's, as you can see, that's how you do it. You keep your car in and stay cool. All right, see, there you go. So Walter wins that heat with 143.18 laps. Second place, Tim came up. So he managed to squeak out his second place and take that second place away from Chris. So close. So this is how close they were. Chris Tsukamoto has 138.11. Tim Fleener has 138.44. That's how close they were. So that's good racing right there. That's really great side-by-side stuff. So it's exciting. I got to go back and watch that. All right, sometimes I'm watching the screen. It's hard to watch the screen and the cars and all the stuff going on at the same time. So I'm just doing my best here, and that's about it. So good racing. Let's see who's coming up next. I see Rob Bender's name, Mike McLennan. He's a great racer. Jim Monda. Eddie Shore, I think. And Frank Sisto, I think, in there. Tim Weston. Okay, yeah, that's it. Yep.
Right there. What's green?
All right, Andy, welcome. Welcome to the chat. Thanks for joining us here. Live from Electric Dreams in El Segundo, California, the world's biggest slot car store. This is the FarrOut Club Race, and we are running the GT Revos today. GT includes GT1, GT2, and pretty much box stock. And I brought the wrong car, so I ran loaners, and did pretty well. So just tried to keep it in the slot. So with this great club here we have in Los Angeles, 5 or 6 tracks around the LA area, they pretty much race almost a couple times a month around the city and at other people's homes. It's a really great club to join, and you don't even need a slot car. You pay your fee, and usually there's food and some adult beverages, so it's a great club to belong to, and it's a good way to get introduced to the fun part of slot car racing. Yep. All right, so just to clarify who's coming up next, we have Rob Bender in red, Fast Eddie Shore in white, Frank Sisto Jr. in green, Tim Weston in blue, James Monda in yellow, and the shooter Mike McLennan in black. Yeah, you are in blue. Yes. Tim Weston, just clarifying. Rob Bender, red lane. You're in red lane. You are, yes.
And then start, we'll do what? We'll actually start the race.
We want to get up to the next team.
All right, so we got Rob Bender on red, Eddie Shore on white, Frank on green, Tim on blue, James on yellow, and Mike on black.
You got mine, right?
Yeah, we got everything.
Just remember, if you need extra laps, they're over here. Okay, me, I have to find computer results.
All right, Stephen Farr, the moderator of the group. Great guy, funny guy, but looks aren't everything. No, really, Stephen Farr's a great guy. I've known Stephen for quite some years now, and one of the most successful racing clubs in the Los Angeles area, and it's all due to his efforts. And he really keeps the club together and really tries to even out the disparity between the cars and vote on cars they're running next year. So it's a very, very, very well organized club, in my opinion. All right, we're just getting ready for the next one, getting set up. Making sure that we have the lane stickers on the windows. Clean the tires. And off we go. This will be heat number 3. We've got one more heat after this. That's the first race of heat number 3. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for being here on the chat. It's a great day for slot car racing, and we just need to call out some track marshals. All the people who just raced are the track marshals for this race. All right, getting set up here for the next race.
Okay, here we go.
Okay, here we go.
1, power.
All right, so Rob Bender is on red, Eddie Shore white, Frank Sisto on green, Tim Weston on blue, James Monda on yellow, and Mike McLennan on black lane. I see a Supra out there. Supra Marcos, GT1 Porsche maybe. A couple of Marcoses out there, one with lights. That's cool. That's Rob Bender's. Very nice. Love the lights. Definitely gives it more realism. All right, Eddie Shore, Fast Eddie, takes the lead. Look at that. All right, so Eddie Shore is our leader. He's got 6 laps. Second place, Rob Bender in red lane. Wow. Let's see how long he can hold that lead. Frank Sisto's right behind him in third. Mike McLennan 4th in black. James Monda 5th in yellow. And Tim Weston finally 6th in blue lane. All right, I think Fast Eddie's going to be setting some fast lap times here. So far, none of this group has any fast lap times just yet. Just getting warmed up here. So we'll see. I expect some fast lap times out of Eddie for sure. And Mike McLennan as well. All right, just doing some corresponding here. Well, we got Eddie Shore in the lead with 16 laps. Mike McLennan, he's coming up. There we go. Second place. Mike comes from fourth to second. He's got 16 laps. Third place, Rob Bender with 16. Fourth place, Frank Sisto with 17. Now we changed positions once again. So Frank Sisto's moved up to third place from fourth. So now Rob Bender's in fourth place. Fifth place, James Monda. And sixth place, Tim Weston in blue. And still so far no track records yet, taken away from the last group or the previous group. So we'll see. It's still too early to tell.
In the stint, please change lanes.
All right, that was the end of the first race. So Eddie Shore with 23.40, followed by Mike McLennan, about a lap behind him. He was in black lane. He's got 22.58. Third place, Frank Sisto with 22 flat. Fourth place, Rob Benter with 21.6. Fifth place, James Monda with 20.73. And finally, sixth place, Tim Weston with 20.5. Excuse me 1 second. I'm going to step away just 1 second. I'll be right back.
Attention, 1 minute left. Three, two, one, go.
Okay, I am back. All right, so now Eddie Shore is still in the lead. Now he's in that red lane, but Eddie Shore gets it done. He's such a great driver. He's so consistent. Second place. Now Frank has moved to second place, so he's got 29 laps. Eddie's got 31s. Now Frank's got 30, so he's a lap behind Eddie. Now Eddie's 32 laps. Frank is 30, so 2 laps difference between them. Now 1 lap difference between them. It's really hard to gain an advantage in that red lane. So third, Rob Bender in green. Fourth, Mike McLennan in blue. Fifth, James Monda in black. And sixth, Tim Weston in white lane. Right, drivers are keeping it cool, staying out. Somebody just came out just as I said that. Well, there goes that. All right, so Eddie Shore's in the lead. Frank Sisto pulling into second. With that, driving a cool, clean race. That's what you got to do. Third, Rob Bender in green. Fourth, Mike McLennan in blue. Fifth, James Monda in black. And sixth place, Tim Weston. All right, 15 seconds left.
10 seconds.
5 seconds left. And that's it.
Please change lanes.
All right, so Eddie is moving to green lane out of that red lane. He's going to finish that out, trying to put some distance on him now. He's getting out of that slower red lane. Got it done. Didn't come out as far as I've seen. That's how you do red lane. So Eddie Shore, first place with 46.39. He's moving over to green. Second place, Frank Sisto in yellow. He is moving over to black lane. Third place, Rob Bender. He's moving from green lane over to yellow. Mike McLennan, fourth place, who's in blue, moving over to white. Fifth place, James Monda. He is moving to blue lane. And sixth place, Tim Weston, coming from white, moving into the red lane. Thank you for joining us here at the world's biggest slot car store, Electric Dreams in El Segundo, California. Thank you for joining us. And please don't forget to hit that like and subscribe button to stay tuned for all the great content that we have to offer for you and all the great people that come in and that we meet and all the products that we get. So much content. So stay in the loop by hitting that like and subscribe button and you'll get notifications, or hit that notification bell and you'll get notifications when we give notifications. That's how it works. All right, showing about 76 degrees outside. Nice fall day here. Probably about 3 miles from the beach, maybe 2 miles, 3 miles from the beach. Very nice. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out with us, and thank you for those of you on the live chat. A lot of different countries here, which is great to see. All right, 5 seconds and we're off. This is race number 3 of 6.
3, 2, 1, go.
All right, Eddie's going to try to solidify his lead. He's running that Marcos. Love that Marcos. I typically run the Marcos and the Porsche myself. The Porsche GT2, not GT1. All right, Eddie Shore, 50 laps. Frank Sisto in black with 49 laps. Rob Bender in yellow with 48. James Monda with 48. Mike McLennan with 48. Wow. It's going to be some place switching here very soon here. Let's see, Frank Sisto is trying to hold it. Rob Bender's right behind him. Rob Bender's a lap behind. Rob and James Monda, so blue and yellow, good race. They're almost side by side. .52 laps for James, 52 laps for Rob. That's how close there. White just came out. That was Mike. About a minute and 30, a little more than a minute and 30 to go. All right, first to 60 laps, Eddie Shore in green lane. And Frank Sisto with 58, 2 laps between first and second. 3 laps now between first and second. Third and fourth, pretty close. Mike's trying to get his position back, so Mike's trying to come up from that fourth place in white to third place, trying to get that third from James Monda. See how close they are. James Monda with 59. And Mike with 59. "65 laps for Eddie Shore now. 63 laps for second place. Third place, 61 laps. Fourth place, 61 laps. Fifth place, 61 laps. Sixth place, 58 laps. So pretty close in the middle field there. 2, 3, 4. Pretty close in the middle field. A few laps difference in between. A few tenths in between. A lap in the 10th or 2. Less than 10 seconds left.
End of stint. Please change lanes.
All right, that's the end of the stint. All right, so Eddie Shore is holding his lead. He is moving from green lane into yellow, fast lane. So he's got 70.59 laps. Second place, Frank Sisto moving out of black lane into blue. He's got 67.70. Third place, James Monda. He was in blue lane. He is moving to white. He's got 66.20 laps. Fourth place, Mike McLennan moving from white over to red lane. He's got 65.41 laps. Fifth place, Rob Bender. He was in yellow. He is moving over to black lane. He's got 64.85 laps. And finally, Tim Weston moving over from red lane. He is moving into green. He's got 61.83 laps.
1 minute.
And welcome Slightly Mad Slot Cars to the chat. Great to have you here. Thanks for joining us here live from Electric Dreams in El Segundo, California, the world's biggest slot car store, for the FarrOut Club race today. We got the Revo Slot GT. And coming up, stay tuned, we have the NSR F1 race. So stay tuned. Thanks for joining us. Please also remember to hit that like and subscribe button and notification bell on so that you get all the notifications of all the juicy stuff we have available here. Electric Dreams. Got some great interviews coming up. I am not allowed to divulge what's coming up, but some great interviews coming up. Trust me, it is an epic interview. That's what I say. But we have an interview with a guest coming up soon, so definitely stay tuned for that.
2, 1, hit it.
Okay, off we go. And this is race number 4 of 6. Third heat. One more heat after this. All right, so Eddie Shore is holding his lead. He's got 74 laps now. Second place, Frank Sisto with 71 laps. Third place, James Monda with 70. Fourth place, Mike McLennan with 70. Very close between red and white. Fifth place, Rob Bender in black with 70. Sixth place, Tim Weston in green with 66 laps. All right, track call. What's going on here? Check the braids. I would put it 5-word, not forward, 5-word. Yeah, or 6-word. All right. Oh, sometimes these kids, the big kids are the ones you have to worry about. All right. All right, looks like there's some nerves going on out here with the racing, so I personally try not to complain or yell at the turn marshals or the race moderator. That's just me. All right, so here's where we are. Eddie Shore's in first place in yellow. Frank Sisto second in blue. Third place, James Monda in white. Fourth place, Mike McLennan in red. Fifth place, Rob Bender in black. And sixth place, Tim Weston in green lane. All right, this is heat, race number 4, heat 3 of 4. So we have one more race. A heat is a race. Then we usually have 6 races in every heat. So that you can race once in every lane. And the person with the most laps is the victor. All right, good racing, keeping it clean. Haven't seen anybody fall off, but as soon as I say that, somebody will. Let's hope not. All right, less than 30 seconds left in this race. All right, Eddie's holding his lead. He'll be first to 90 laps. There it is, Eddie Shore, 90 laps. See Frank Sisto, 88, so 4 laps difference between first and second. Eddie's trying to pull away from the pack and give himself some cushion. I'm pretty sure he's got this one, but, you know, you never know what can happen on the old track. All right, into that one right there. Eddie's still our leader with 92.70. Second place, Frank Sisto, 91. Third, Mike McLennan, 88.24. Fourth, James Monda, 87.87. Fifth place, Rob Bender, 86.79. And sixth place, Tim Weston, 81.71 laps. So it seems that we might have a little controller issue on the yellow lane. I mean, I used it, so I don't know. Maybe it's not, maybe because it's heating up. I have no idea, but now there's been a few more concerns voiced about the controller on the yellow lane. So that's what's going on here. All right, so it goes. So it goes. All right, clean the tires, put on a little braid juice. Good racing, Eddie. Good racing. Fast Eddie does not disappoint.
30 seconds.
Fast Eddie's at it again. Okay. We've got 15 seconds left. Race number 5, and this is the third heat of the day for the Revo Slot GT. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for hanging out with us. And as you know, this is Mark Natividad calling the shots here live trackside and having fun while I'm doing that with you guys. So thank you for joining us. Oh, who flipped over? That was yellow. Mr. Weston there. And Mike comes out. He's on green. So 2 laps difference between first and second. See third and fourth, where we 1 lap difference between third and fourth. And not a small difference between fifth and sixth. So Tim's got 86, he's in sixth, and Rob Bender, he's got 92, so he's got some laps on him there. Tim's got to just turn it and burn it, make up some good lap time here. Go for the laps. Get dialed in. Don't hold back. Well, sometimes you have to hold back. And sometimes you have to drive cautiously. It's just the way it works. As long as you're staying in the slot, then you're making laps. Good spot, Ryan. Good marshalling by Ryan Delgado. Good marshalling. That's my favorite spot right there. That number 1 spot. I need the Marshall number 1 t-shirt. It's like thing 1 and thing 2. Marshall 1 and Marshall 2. It's coming. That t-shirt's coming. Trust me. I've been wanting that one for a long time. I just have to get the graphics. All right, so Eddie Shore is still our leader with 106. And now there's 3 laps. Okay, no. Yeah, 3 laps difference now between first and second. Frank Sisto with 104 laps, second. Third, Mike McLennan with 103. Fourth, James Mondo with 101. Fifth, Rob Bender with 101. And sixth, Tim Weston with 96 laps. Tim just comes out. Good spotting there by Mr. DeJuan Clark. Race number 5, one more race to go after this, and then we have the last heat of the Revo Slot GT coming up. Stay tuned. And I have to go back and look at how many laps I did. I can't remember. All right, Eddie Shore is still our leader. Last race here. All right, coming to the last race, Eddie Shore, 116.85. Second place, Frank Sisto, 113.03. Third place, Mike McLennan with 111.82. Fourth place, James Mondo, 108.73. Fifth place, Rob Bender, 108.70. Very close between fourth and fifth. Less than 3/10. Less than 3/10 between them. Very close. I think that's going to change. It depends on who's going to red. If one of these are going to red, then that's definitely going to change. No, Rob is going to white, and James is going to green, so they should be okay. But that's just a matter of driving and trying to pass the guy ahead of you. All right, last race here of this heat, and I think we might be taking a lunch break after this, I think. We'll see. Okay, I didn't get the shot of how many laps I did. So we'll see after this race. All right, last race, here we go. And this is the last race of the third heat, which we may take a little bit of a break, and that means I'm taking a little bit of a break. But please come back and check us out. We can still have a great afternoon of racing here. We have F1 coming up, NSR F1. It's exciting. Can't wait for that class. I think my car is good. Well, we're going to find out. All right, Eddie Shore in blue lane. So he's got 120 laps. Boy, he's putting some laps on these boys. My goodness. Fast Eddie. Frank Sisto trying to make that 120. He's got 117 right now. He's in red. So let's see if Mr. McLennan third is going to take advantage of Frank being in red. So watch the red lane, watch the yellow lane. Mike is third in yellow, and Frank is second, and he's in red. But there's a lap between them, a lap between third and second. So 120 for red, 119 for yellow. So that's about a lap in between right there. Hopefully nobody falls off. Frank's been running a very consistent race. The old red lane. Yep, big red. All right, Eddie Shore still lead, 131 laps for Eddie. 126 for Frank. 126 for Mike. 127 for Frank in second. 127 for Mike. Mike is putting some heat on Frank Sisto in red. So look at this race. Look at the yellow lane. Look at the red lane. My goodness. Keep it cool. Here they come. Here comes yellow and black around. Let's see where red lane, who just came off. Oh, that was red lane. Frank Sisto just came off, so that's probably, oh, that sure did. That cost him a position just like that. So Mike moves up to second in yellow. I told you, watch that race. Just like that. Frank comes off in the hairpin, and Mike takes advantage of it. He knows it. Less than 20 seconds here, 15 seconds. All right, good job, Mike McLennan. All right, that's the way it's done. 134 laps for Mike. 140 for Eddie. Ah, the black lane just came out. All right, great race. Great race. All right, so let's tally up here. And Eddie Shore was the winner of that race with 140.70. Second place, Mike McLennan. Good job. Good comeback for second place, 135.37. Third place, Frank Sisto got edged back just a little bit that last crash. Man, if he wouldn't have crashed, he would have kept his second place. That's just the way it goes. 134.62 for Frank, third place. James Mondo, 131.11, fourth place. Fifth place, Rob Bender. Oh, just taking off. They're putting in the tenths now, so now I can't see the total laps because my screen is being blocked. But I still can see Tim West in sixth with 124.78 laps. Okay, so now we're calling out the tenths. All right, we'll see. I don't even, like I said, I need to see where my total laps were. Let's see, Frank did 134. So we got Jim Wiseman, Dave Rose, Bob O'Hooley, Tom Giese, Al, and Tony, I think. Is Tony racing? Oh, no, Stephen Farr. Stephen Farr is racing this next heat. Okay.
Other than Tony DeSalvo, is anybody else leaving, not racing Formula One? We're putting Lee in.
All right, I'm back. Had to take a little bit of a break, but I am back with the racing action. All right. All right, so we've got Dave Rose. He's in the lead. He's in white. Baba Hooley second in green. Third place, Al Castellan in third. Fourth place, Stephen Farr Jones in yellow. Fifth place, Tom Giese in blue. And sixth, Jim Wiseman in red. All right, yellow just comes out. Right, it's going to be the first of 20 laps. Baba Hooley moves into the lead. Al Castellan takes his second place. Dave Rose moves back to third. I guess no lunch break. Lunch break after this for these guys. And myself as well.
End of stint. Please change lanes.
Right, and the first race there. So we got Baba Hooley running a good race. So I looked at my lap total. I did 135.58, I think, or 135 something. But we'll see if that can hold and keep in the top 10. We'll see. I know Tom Giese is a good driver. Baba Hooley, got Al Castellan. So very consistent drivers. So we'll see what they can do here.
Attention, 1 minute left. 30 seconds. Attention, 1 minute left.
All right, clean the tires. All right, second race here. It's the fourth heat, last race. We're finishing out the Revo Slot GT.
30 seconds.
Great race today. 24 drivers on the grid. Or, yeah, 24. Always a good turnout for the FarrOut slot car group. And here we go.
Three, two, one, go.
And they're off. All right, so Baba Hooley is our leader, but Al Castellan in that blue lane's right behind him. So Bob's in yellow. Oop, somebody just came out. Was that Dave? Yep, Dave in red comes out again. Keep it cool with the Revos. They're a little heavier, but still good slot cars. Full ball bearings in those cars. There's a tail on the track. There it is. Got it. All right, Baba Hooley's our leader with 29. Tom Giese is moving up on him, though, with 28 laps in white. Al Castellan moves back to third in blue. Steven, fourth place in black. Fifth place, Dave Rose. And sixth, Mr. Jim Wiseman. All right, Bob Hooley's keeping it in, driving a cool race. Good racing, Bob. Bob's a great guy, one of our local guys here in El Segundo. Always a pleasure to race with these guys. Some of these guys I see almost every day. So it shows the quality of driving that they do definitely shows.
Attention, 1 minute.
All right, looks like Bob Hooley is going to be the first to 40 laps. Got 38. $39 for Bob in yellow. Black lane just comes out. Stephen Farr. Bob Hooley with 40 laps. Oh, that car in green lane is doing a lot of fishtailing. We need some tires cleaned on that. That thing is just waving around like a flag. Good spot from the turn marshal. Ryan Delgado, he's on it. All right, so we've got Bob Hooley in the lead, yellow. He's got 44 laps. Second place, we have Al Castellan with 42 laps. Third place, Tom Giese with 42 laps. Fourth place, Stephen Farr Jones with 41. Fifth place, Dave Rose in red with 41. And Jim Wiseman, sixth place in green with 38.04. All right, thanks for joining us here. If you are just tuning in, this is Mark Natividad over at El Segundo, California, at Electric Dreams, the world's biggest slot car store. And I do mean big. So you're joining us for the FarrOut Club race today. They are racing Revo GT and lunch break and then F1. Looking forward to the F1 race. Most likely won't be commentating. We'll get Fast Eddie back in here. But it's coming up. Stay tuned. And don't forget to hit that like and subscribe button and hit that notification bell so that you get notifications of all of our great content we have. Some great interviews coming up. I promise you, I can't divulge information right now, but I can tell you great interviews coming up. So don't miss out.
Attention, 1 minute.
All right, less than 30 seconds. Fast Eddie, great racing. Yeah, well, you know, we can hide his car next time. Oh, a little camaraderie between Walt and Fast Eddie here. All right, so start of the third race. Got Bob Hooley's in the lead. He's in that black lane. We can get some distance on these guys. Ooh, green lane just comes out. It's Dave Rose. And so Bob Hooley's got 50. Second place, Al. He's got 48, so 2 laps difference between first and second. All right, but Tom Giese's in red. He's got 48. I don't know if he's going to catch Al. I think there's about a little less than a lap between second and third. Let's see. Al's got 50. And Tom's got 50, so Tom is pretty much right behind Al. Wow. Al's got to turn up the burners here. Kick in the nitro. All right, red lane comes out. It's Tom. Oh, Al's going to take advantage of that and get some more distance on him. That sharp hairpin on that red lane. That kink over there. You got to really know when to hold them and know when to fold them on that hairpin. All right, Baba Hooley's still our leader. He'll be the first to 60 laps, looks like. He's got 58 laps. $59 laps now for Baba Hooley. 57 for Al. 60 for Bob. There we go. So about a 2-lap difference between first and second. Now 3 laps difference between first and second. But watch the race in red and white. Tom Giese driving the red lane hard. Let's see if Al can catch him. Here he comes. Oh, Tom just came out. Al's going to take advantage of that. Come on, come on. Al's right behind him, right on the doorstep. Oh, Al comes out now. Feeling the pressure. Feeling the pressure. Okay. All right. Al was trying to catch him. A little late on the brake there. Came off. But Al is still on his door. Knock, knock, knocking on the back door here. All right, green lane just comes out. Al's trying to close the gap, so watch the race between red and white. Just saw Tom go by. There's Al going by. A little bit more each time. Keep it cool, Al. You got it. Come on, he's closing the gap. He's closing the gap. Oh. Good race between second and third. Ryan. Oh, man. It's Colonel Mustard. Okay.
Attention, 1 minute left. 30 seconds.
Relish, onions. That's a whole different dog. It's a whole different dog. Sauerkraut. Talking about hot dogs here. All right, so this is race number 4. This is the last heat of the Revo Slot GT. Baba Hooley's holding his lead with 68.75, followed by Al Castellan with 65.51. Tom Giese, 64.58. He's in third. Fourth place, Dave Rose with 62.57. Stephen Farr Jones with 62.32. And Jim Wiseman, sixth place with 60.60. All right, less than 30 seconds. Hey, Seth. Hey, Tyler. What's up, guys? How are you, man? What's up? What's up, man? Good to see you. I'm off, but I'm doing some commentating here, so yeah, welcome. Get to watch the race. All right. Saying hello to some locals, Seth and Tyler. Saw them yesterday. Long time no see. It's great. Love our customers that come in here. Love them. Great. So much fun working here. All right, off we go. Baba Hooley's in blue lane. All right, so now Al's in blue. He's still holding the second, but Tom is now moving to green. So let's see what happens here. Watch the green, watch the red. Okay, just saw Tom go by in green. Yellow came out. I was running the red, playing it cool, running the F40 Ferrari. Let's see. Okay, here comes green. Al still got about a half a track distance, but Tom is trying to close the gap now. He knows that Al is in that red lane. Baba Hooley's holding his lead, way ahead of everybody. He's running cool. All right, 2 went off. That was Tom Giese. A multiple car collision. All right, that's going to set him back a tick. All right, Al's got to keep it cool and just run good, consistent laps. Go fast where you can and slow where you have to. Oh, who's that big slider over there? Oh, that was White. Stephen Farr. Okay. All right, still about a half a track length between second and third. Baba Hooley is holding a lead there. Off Stephen goes again. Focus, Grasshopper. Encouraging words. All right, Al is actually just moved back to third, so there you go. Tom is definitely putting some heat on him. Al's got to keep it clean from here on. Just make the laps. Try not to give too much of a gap there, but they're both... He's coming out of red. Tom Giese already did red. So this is going to be interesting, but it's a good race between second and third. Tom now in second place in green, and Al in third place in red. Baba Hooley still holding the lead. He's run a great race, very clean, hasn't come out, as far as I've seen. Looks like he's running the Marcos, one of my favorite Revo GT cars. Oh, somebody just pops out. Who was that? Oh, that was Tom. That was Tom. Let's see where Al is. Here comes Al. Tom's putting the charge on Al. All right. All right, coming into race number 5. All right, Baba Hooley in first with 92.52. Tom Giese, second place with 87.31. Third place, Al Castellon with 86.27. Fourth place, Dave Rose with 84.74. Fifth place, Jim Wiseman. Jim Wiseman moves up. Let's see. Yep, just got my laps up. 135.53 I did. See some 138s in there. See a 140. It's Eddie. Oh, Walter did 143 laps. Wow, that's pretty good.
Attention, 1 minute.
All right, Baba Hooley's in white. Tom Giese in yellow. Al in green. Dave in black. Jim in blue, and Stephen Farr Jones in red. John D., welcome to the chat. Good day, mate, from Australia, Melbourne. All right, say hello to my mate Travis over there. That slot car guy. Give him some love. If you haven't heard about Slot Car Guy, he's got some great content. He's my Australian brother from another mother. Got to meet him a couple years ago here at the Nationals, Slot at Nationals. Great guy, great guy, great guy. Another one of my close brothers in the slot car family. Yeah, you guys, John just had a Revo slot tournament there. So yeah, man, love those Revos. Here we go. All right, this is race number 5 of 6. One more race to go, and we'll finish out the Revo Slot GT, and we'll see how well I did. So sitting about 135.57 or 5.3, and I think Tim Fleenor is right above me with 5.7, 153.57. So I think I'll be in the 10 somewhere, maybe, hopefully in top 10. We'll see. Not bad for being off the track for a week. But I've been racing HO at home, that's for sure. And Carrera Digital. I know it's a single life. 2 tracks at home. Can't wait till Christmas, then we get the train set. All right, Baba Hooley is going to be first to 100 laps. He's got 98. 99 for Baba Hooley in white. Still 5 laps difference between second and first. Baba Hooley, first one to 100. Tom Giese, second with 95. Al Castellon, third with 94. There's a lap between them. Watch that race in green and yellow. Green and yellow. Good race. Good race. All right, Al's trying to get that second place back from Tom. But now he's fallen 2 laps behind, or 1 lap behind still. Nope, 2 laps behind now. So Tom is trying to close the gap on Bob. But there's 5 laps difference. Here comes Al, charging by the blue lane. It's Jim Wiseman. Oh, big crash. Who was that? That's Green. Green, that was Al. Ooh, I did not see what happened there. All right, get some pieces off the track there, some carnage. All right, less than 20 seconds. So Bob with 113 laps. Now 114, he's our leader. Second, Tom Giese, 109, 110 now. Third, Al Castellon, 107. Fourth, Dave Rose, 105, 106 now for laps. Jim Wiseman, 104.21. And Stephen Farr, 103.63. All right, last race of the GT here, and then we're going to be taking a lunch break, or at least I'm going to be taking a lunch break. Hey, Dennis Murray, welcome to the chat. I'm back. The prodigal son has returned. What's happening? Great to have you here on the chat, Dennis. And good eye mate to you as well. My best Australian accent. Yeah, no worries. All right, great to have you guys, my slot car brothers, man. I love you guys. Great to have you, man. Thanks for sharing your interest and your hobby, and we're just trying to make this thing grow. That's all we're doing here, and having fun while we do it. That's the rule. All right, last race here of the FarrOut Slot Car Club. Revo GT here at Electric Dreams, live in El Segundo, California, the world's biggest slot car store, because slot cars are back. And Dennis Murray, looks like you've been doing some Revo racing. So how did you do, mate? Okay, last race here. Let's see what Tom Giese has under his sleeve. So Tom is moving to black. He's going to smoke that black lane for sure. So Al's in third. And Al's got 108.19. Tom has got 111. Now Tom is moving to the fast black lane. I don't know if he's going to catch Baba Hooley, but Baba Hooley is moving to red. So let's see. Here we go. All right. Tom Giese is going to be gunning for this one. Let's see. Trying to call this one 112, 117, 113 to 117. I don't know. Unless Bob does something incredibly wrong and he comes out, then I think Tom might have a chance, but I think Bob's got this, really. All right, Baba Hooley in red, holding it there. 121 laps. Second, Tom Giese with 118 laps. Third place, Al Castellon with 115. Fourth, Dave Rose with 113. Fifth, Jim Wiseman with 112. And sixth, Stephen Farr with 111 laps. Hey, John, thanks for the clarification. Oh, man. Okay. I see. John was racing in Tassie yesterday. Okay. I see.
Here we go. 3, 2,
John, I'm going to have to practice on my Australian accent for sure. And the only way to do that is go to Australia. Why not? Visit you guys. Come hang out and race with you guys. It's on my list, man. I'm telling you, it's on my list. All right, and this is the last race. Heat number 4, last race of the heat. Can Baba Hooley keep his lead? Can Tom Giese catch Bob? Oh, the plot thickens. We got a flip over there. White lane, that's Jim Wiseman. All right, 129 for Baba Hooley in red. Tom Giese 126, so now there's only 3 laps difference between. Okay, so now 4 laps, 130. No, 3 laps between first and second. 3 laps is a pretty good cushion, in my opinion, coming in red lane, trying to keep the next guy off of you. I think 2 to 3 laps is a good cushion. 2 laps if you're perfect running red. All right, 35 seconds left to go in this race. And I'm going to go ahead and say that Baba Hooley is going to seal the deal here. Good racing from Bob. Got 134 laps. Oh, he's going to pass me. I got 135.58. Oh, yeah, he's passed me for sure. See if Tom Giese is going to pass me. 15 seconds, 132 for Tom. I don't know if Tom's going to pass me. We'll see. Oh, big out there. All right, 3, 2, 1, and done. Ah, great racing. Great racing. That was cool. All right, so I think I accidentally placed in the top 10. Well, we'll see. But fun, nevertheless, fun racing. I'm not a competitive guy by nature, especially in slot cars. It's because it's my fun hobby. So by keeping it fun, I keep it uncompetitive. But I still like to run a good race and have a good car. So don't get me wrong. I call it I won by accident. Or I did well by accident. That's my excuse. Hey, John, thank you very much, man. I'm just calling it like I see it. And like I tell everybody here on the chat, I want you guys to be a part of this race. So I want you to feel like you're here with me right now. And that's the only way that I see it. All right, we're checking the tenths of the race. So Tom Giese almost got me, but Baba Hooley did definitely more than I did, 137.67. Great racing, Bob. Tom Giese right behind him with 134.65. Al Castellon held his third, but once Tom got in front of him, that was it. So I'll give you the lap total here in a second when the screen clears. Dave Rose 4th, Jim Wiseman 5th, and Stephen Farr Jones 6th place. Yeah, I got 6th place. That's cool. That's great. All right, that was it. So, you know, I didn't do too bad. Totally loaner cars, man. It was great. It's been a while since I've been on the track, especially I brought the wrong Revo car. I heard Group 2 and not GT2. So, anywho, using the loaner cars, it just gives you an idea of how well the loaner cars run, and I saw a lot of the guys using them. So, it was great. It was great experience. Fun racing with these guys. And please stay tuned. I am going to take a lunch break, and I hope you stay tuned because we have NSR F1 coming up next. So we'll see you shortly for the F1 race. Okay, guys and girls, we are prepping for the F1 race. I'm going to do a little bit of a warm-up. F1's a great race. Fast cars, great handling cars. Again, box stock. I'm running a NSR F1, just like everybody else, and a little custom paint job that I did. This is the Gitane's Lotto.
30 seconds.
And I know that there will not be another car like it on the track, so that's a great thing about doing your own liveries. All right, so for the first race, we've got Ryan Delgado, Chris Snyder, Eddie Shore, Walter Baines, Frank Sisto, and Mike McLennan.
10 seconds.
Electric Dreams just had a big F1 race last weekend, which I missed because of my darn head cold, but nevertheless, I'm here for today. Different performing slot cars. We're not allowed to change the gears, so the Electric Dreams version of the F1s are definitely much faster. All right, should be a good race. Really have to watch those turns. So for me, strategy on this race is do not make contact with another car next to you. And really keep the lines clean. And if you know that someone's falling out or most likely going to come out next to you, they're going to fall into you, you may want to make sure that you're either ahead of them or behind them. That's kind of my strategy. And it's been working pretty well, but you never know. I mean, someone can come from 3 lanes across. So that's just slot car racing. John, we're running the 86 to 89 F1s NSR. Okay, we're getting them lined up. Ryan Delgado in red, Chris Snyder in white, Eddie Shore in green, Walter Baines in blue, Frank Sisto in yellow, and Mike McLennan in black. So I know that Eddie, Walter, and Mike are going to be top guns on the track in this race. So watch these guys run these cars. It's a sob story. But they're Swedish at least. They do make airplanes. Commenting on Saab. Hey, Hudamordu in my Swedish. If there's any people from Sweden out there, or Norwegians, and they can understand Swedish as well. Okay, here we go.
2, 1, go.
Yeah, John, we love our 86, 89 F1s. They're awesome. I don't think that there are enough liveries available in the F22s yet, so I'm hoping in the future to be running those cars. They're a little bit longer, a little more tail happy, but still great cars. All right, as you know, Fast Eddie's out here now. Fast Eddie's in green. He's our leader. Walter Baines second in blue. Frank Sisto third in yellow. Fourth, Ryan Delgado in red. Fifth, Mike McLennan in black. He's going to be coming up. And sixth place, Chris Snyder in white. All right, Mike moves up to third. Frank Sisto moves back to fourth. Mike is trying to make a run for second here. That was yellow. Frank Sisto just off to right there. Eddie Shore, Walter Baines first and second. Mike McLennan third. Everybody's done 10 laps at least. Yellow came off again, Frank. Come on, Frank, let's get it together. Ran a good race on the Revos. Fast Eddie, don't mess around with those F1s. In green with the green. Oh, track call. Track call. That was Eddie's car, I think. That was Eddie's car. Oh my goodness. I don't know what happened there. Yeah, I saw some pieces fly off there. That was good. It was only an insert. Oi. Yeah, these cars. Good thing that their pieces are replaceable, but they're pretty. For what they are, they're pretty resistant cars. Come off the track a few times on my head, so but the car came out okay. Every once in a while you lose a mirror, but that's racing. Eddie took a launch. Hopefully he didn't bend an axle or strip a gear. That's the bad part about open wheel. He crashed like that, and it can be a bent axle or a stripped gear real easy.
Track crew, rider detected.
Should have been on this side.
Okay.
3, 2, 1, power.
Okay, here we go. All right, let's see. No, it looks like his car is still good. Okay.
Attention, 1 minute left.
All right. So Walter takes the lead now because of that little crash. Let's see where Eddie is. Walter's in blue. Eddie's in green. So watch a race in blue and green. Here comes Walt charging up on green. Eddie gets his lead back. Ooh, there's 2 red cars out there. A little bit different. Hope the marshals get that right when they put him back on the track. All right, Eddie's back in his lead. First in green, Eddie Shore. Second, Walter in blue. Third, Mike McLennan in black. Fourth, Frank Sisto in yellow. Fifth, Ryan Delgado in red. And sixth, Chris Snyder in white.
In the stint, please change lanes.
All right, so pretty close between first and second. Eddie Shore in green, he's got 26.22. Right on his heels is Walter Baines in blue lane, 26.06. All right, Mike's trying to make up some time here, trying to make some laps and close the gap. But he's third with 25.11. Fourth place, Frank Sisto with 22.71. Fifth place, Ryan Delgado with 21.51. And sixth place, Ryan Delgado. Oh, sorry, Ryan Delgado, fifth place. Sixth place, Chris Snyder with 20.01.
30 seconds.
So for me, the goal is to always make at least 25 laps per lane. So that'll put you in the above average range, especially with these cars stock. So Walt got 26, so it's possible. You just can't have any offs or any mistakes or no crashes.
Attention, 1 minute left.
All right, second race. We got 4 heats here. This is the first heat, so I don't know where I'll be coming up, but I will let you know.
Turn margin. We need one more turn margin, man. Anybody? Over there, Chris. Can you do that? Chris, can you do it? Thank you.
Okay, here we go. Eddie's moving to yellow. Walter's moving into white. Mike is moving into blue.
2, 1, power.
Okay, here we go. Start. Somebody just launched right there. Who's that? It's green. It's Ryan. Right, big crashes over there on that back hairpin. All right, looks like Eddie and Walt are shooting it out. Right, green comes off again. Ryan's coming off there a bit. Mr. Delgado in green, another great local guy. He's been racing with us in our racing program here. Another addition to our family. Local El Segundo guy. Right, red comes out, Chris Snyder. All right, Eddie's still in the lead. 34 laps for Eddie, 34 laps for Walt, first and second. Mike McClellan with 32, now 33, trying to close the gap. Ryan slides out again. What's going on with his car? All right, he's going to be first to 40 laps. Looks like it's going to be Eddie Shore. He's got 39 right now. Where's Walt? There's Walt with 39. More than a lap behind Eddie. Eddie with 40. .41 for Eddie. 41 for Walt. Walt's closing the gap, or keeping it tight, one or the other. Chris Snyder comes out on the hairpin in red. Tough hairpin right there. Got to watch those tight turns. All right, Eddie's coming up on 46 laps, so Walter and Eddie are kind of battling it out there. For 1 second there, Walter came ahead, but now Eddie's taking the charge now, keeping the lead. Walt's right behind him with 46. Third, Mike McClellan, 45, trying to close that gap on 46 and 47. 2 laps between second and third. Eddie's the first one to 50 laps right there. 49 laps for Walt. All right, Eddie Shore first in yellow. Second, Walter Baines in white. Third, Mike McClellan in blue. Fourth, Frank Sisto in black. Fifth, Ryan Delgado in green. And Chris Snyder sixth in red.
End of stint. Please change lanes.
Okay, that's the end of that. So we got Eddie, Walt, and Mike changing lanes. Now Walter's going to red. We shall see.
Attention, 1 minute left. 30 seconds.
All right, cleaning some tires here. Coming into the third race. This is race number 1 of 4. And thank you for joining us. This is the FarrOut Slot Car Club of Los Angeles. Racing the, we did a previous race with the Revo GTs, and now it's F1 time. So thank you for joining us. Please don't forget to hit that like and subscribe button and notifications so you can stay in touch with all of our great content and interviews. And I'm telling you, there's some great stuff coming up. So trust me when I say that. I can't tell you what it is, but I can tell you it's going to be good. I can't wait to see it, actually. Looking forward to that.
30 seconds.
So for F1 NSR, we're running the 86 to 89 F1s. Pretty much box stock. And the only thing that we are allowed to do is true the tires. And, you know, oil and grease the gears. We can't change the guide, so we have to keep the guide stock. But what I go ahead and do to all my NSR F1s is I move the 2 screws that are closer to the middle of the motor pod to all the way to the back. So I take the 2 screws that when you buy the car, it's in that position, but then I move those back to the backside. I pretty much cut my tires down as low as I can, and I also skinnied out my front tires. So, yeah, we'll see. It's allowed. So my car is very, very low, and it handles very well. The lower the car, the better the handling. All right, Eddie Shore is turning and burning in the black lane. He's going to put some heat on them drivers there in the black lane. He's going to pretty much set some records here. I want to see some fast times out of Eddie. Yeah, he's got a fast time in yellow with a 6.407. Eddie Shore's earlier, first to 60 laps. 61 now for Eddie. All right, so where are we for second and third? Looks like 60 for Walter, 59 for Mike. Mike is exactly 1 lap behind Walt. He's got to make up a lap, so hopefully he can do it here. Walt's in the red lane, so Mike's going to take advantage of it. Just passed him up, so he's got to do a full lap, but Walt is keeping the heat on him. Oh, Mike just came out, and Walt just passed him, so there went that. Oh, my goodness. Wow. Okay, Walt just came out. Okay. Now Mike's back on his tail, so look at that race between red and white. Oh, Ryder. Ooh, that was Mike. Mike did a Ryder on black. He's trying to keep up with Walt. He's really got to watch the D slots there. But, man, good racing. Exciting. Yep, good race between red lane and white lane. We got Mike McLennan versus Walter Baines. 1 lap difference. Mike just came off again. Losing his composure. Got a rider called Chris Snyder. Chris Snyder's on green. All right, end of that race there. Just listening to all the rhetoric going on between these guys. So Eddie Shore is our leader, 79.51. Second place, Walter Baines, 75.62. Mike McLennan right on his heels within a lap, 74.65 in third place. Frank Sisto, 70.80. Get a little bit of distance here on the pack. Ryan Delgado, 64.83. And Chris Snyder, 63.72 in sixth place. Walter's moving to green. Mike is moving to red.
30 seconds.
Eddie is moving to blue. So 1, 2, 3 right there. Eddie, Walter, and Mike McLennan. 1, 2, 3.
Attention, 1 minute left. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, race number 4 of 6. This is the first heat. All right, so we got Eddie Shore holding the lead. He's got 95. Walter Baines in green with 91. Third, Mike McLennan in red with 89. Try not to fall out, Mike. Keep your position. All right, fourth place, Frank Sisto with 84. Fifth place, Ryan Delgado with 81 in black. And finally, Chris Snyder, sixth in yellow lane. Thanks for joining us here for the FarrOut Slot Car Club of Los Angeles F1 NSR race. Thanks for joining us. And again, these are box stock cars. You can only use what comes in the box. You cannot add a guide, you cannot add bearings, you cannot change bushings, you cannot add screws. You can true the tires and break in the motor, and that's about it. Polish the axles and bushings, that's about it. Box stock at its best. Looks like Ryan Delgado is having some car problems.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1, power. 30 seconds.
All right, 20 seconds left. 2 more races to go after this. All right. Fast Eddie holding his own with 107 laps, takes a commanding lead. 6 laps difference between first and second. All right, so now we got to level up the pack here. Walter Baines second with 101.67. Mike McLennan third with 99.13. Fourth, Frank Sisto Jr. with 92.71. Ryan Delgado fifth with 87.82. And finally, Chris Snyder, sixth place with 84.83. They're calling the next heat. Jim Rose, Richard Rodriguez. I think Stephen Farr is racing this one. Tim Weston, next heat. Jim Wiseman, next heat.
Attention, 1 minute left.
All right, race number 5. One more race to go after this.
Three, 2,
All right, just checking in my correspondence. Marty Ford, what's up, man? 2 Lines. Welcome aboard, man. Great to see you, Marty. Awesome, Marty Ford. Guys, check him out. 2 Line Slot Cars. Give him some love. Don't forget to like and subscribe his channel as well. Another great, one of my slot car brothers. Great interview with you and Marco, Marty. It was great, man. I feel like I now I know you. But I will get to visit one day, or you'll get to visit here one day. So looking forward to that, Marty. Looking forward to meeting you, man. But great content. Keep on cranking them out. Love it.
3, 2, 1, power.
Hey, Marty, what did you guys race today? All right, Eddie Shore still our leader. 115 for Eddie. Turning and burning. Walter with 109. Third, Mike McLennan, 107. Fourth, Frank Sisto, 99. Fifth, Ryan Delgado, 95. Chris Snyder, sixth, 92 laps. All right, smooth cars. If you're looking for a good F1 car to run that's really good out of the box, I would definitely have to say hands down. One of the ones is the NSR 86 to 89 F1. Of course, you treat the tires, and any car is good. But these cars are very, very, very good, exceptional out of the box. And as you tell people when they come in, they ask me, which car should I get to race? I say one of the two, F1 or Can-Am, because we at least have 2 to 3 races with these cars every year, including the FarrOut Club. Maybe 4 with F1.
Yellow.
Hey, so Marty, how did you do? Which class did you do better in? Looks like he was running the, it was the NSR Eastern Nationals. Okay. Southern Ohio. Vintage and GT1. Sweet. Oh, the 908. Did you run your 908? All right, less than 10 seconds. 5 seconds left.
End of stint. Please change lanes.
All right, that was the end of that there. Eddie Shore. Fast Eddie, don't mess around. 134.31 laps for Mr. Eddie Shore. He is our leader. Mike McLennan has squeaked by Walter, and he has got about a lap on him now. So Mike McLennan moves up to second place, 126.10. Walter falls back a position. Looks like he lost a lap, 125.81. Fourth place, Frank Sisto, 114.60. Fifth place, Ryan Delgado, 112.11. And sixth place, Chris Snyder, 106.32. It's the last race of the heat. And then we'll have the next heat starting with a fresh batch of drivers.
Attention, 1 minute left.
Hey, Marty, I feel you. Marty was talking about on our chat there, running the Vintage and the GT. So definitely feel for you, Marty. I know it's a long day. The Nationals were like long days, 11, 12-hour days, like every day for 3 days in a row. And Monday, I was just dead. So hopefully you can get some rest up and recover. And but, you know, hey, you had fun. You had a good time. And for me, that's all that matters. And I know for you, that's all that matters, too. So great. Great, Marty. All right, last race of the first heat. Here we go. Looks like Eddie's going to seal the deal here, unless something really tragic happens. No car fires. All right, here we go.
2, 1, go.
All right, let's see if Mike McClellan can keep his second place, because I know Walter's in black. He's going to be gunning for him. Walter's in black lane. He knows how to drive that lane. It's the quickest way around the track. So let's see what happens here. Who was that? That's White. It's Ryan. Ryan's using a loaner car now. Got to find out what happened to his car. Oop, off goes blue, Chris Snyder. Quick hands, Bob. Quick hands. Bob Ahuli caught that car. Sometimes they fall right in your lap. Oh, so smooth cars. Look at those cars. Chris Snyder comes off again. So Walter, just like I said, moved from second or third to second now. So Mike is behind him, taking third place. Just like that. Mike's in yellow. Mike comes out. Whoa, track. Track call flip. We had a flipper. Was that Eddie? I think it was. Eddie, you're spending more time off the track. All right, car hits the floor. That's a track call. Legit. Oh my goodness. These grown kids, I tell you. And sometimes it's just funny. Being in the midst of these guys, you know, the grown kids, I say. But sometimes tensions flare a little bit. But, you know, for me, I always keep it fun, lighthearted. And if I have something that I shouldn't say, then I usually don't say it. So that's just me. Some people are a little less hold back. But that's slot car racing for you. All types of personalities here. Well, we all just do try to get along the best we can, which we manage to. So not a bad group of guys to hang out with. And there are kids present, so we try to say, you know, no profanities, please. All right. So Eddie's still in first. He's got 158 laps. Second, Walter, 150. 10 seconds left. Oh, man. I think Walt came off and Mike tried to pass him. Wow. He wouldn't have passed him. Wow. So Fast Eddie with 160. That's pretty good. All right. Second, Walter, 151.21. Third, Mike McClellan, 150.03. Uh-oh, I hear a DQ. That doesn't stand for Dairy Queen either. Disqualified. That's funny. These guys are a hoot. It's a good thing they can't drink beer here. It might get unruly. Oh, my goodness. All right, well, that was the end of the first F1 race. We have the second heat coming up. So I am most likely going to be in the third or fourth heat. For sure. I'm definitely not in this one. Well, we got Stephen Farr Jones, Tim Weston, Jim Monda, Dave Rose, Jim Wiseman, and Richard Rodriguez racing in this next heat. Thank you for joining us, and you are watching live here on the YouTube channel. This is Mark Natividad, your host with the most, calling the shots live trackside. This is the Stephen Farr Jones FarrOut Slot Car Club. Great slot car club, the best slot car club in LA that I know. The 132nd scale racing at its funnest and 132nd scale racing at its best. Just to sum it all up. All right, Stevens in red, Tim Weston in white, James Monda in green, Dave Rose blue, Jim Wiseman in yellow, and Richard Rodriguez in black lane.
So we got Steven in red, Tim in white, Tim Weston in white, James, green, Dave Rose in blue, Jim in yellow, and Richard in black.
Just getting set up here. Take a break, go get yourself something nice to eat or drink, and stay tuned for all the good racing F1 here, the NSR F1 race. Live here at Electric Dreams in El Segundo, California, the world's biggest slot car store. I'm serious, we should do a Guinness Book of World Records thing just to make it official. I'm working on that. Too much stuff going on right now. So speaking of stuff, we've got the Western Championships coming up, NSR, racing the Mosler 25K Sidewinders with the Evo 5 chassis. So we have practice Friday, November 15th, qualifying Saturday, November 16th, and Sunday, November 17th is going to be the big race. And Andrea will be joining us from NSR. As far as I know, as far as the last time I checked, he will be with us. So that is going to be a great event. So stay tuned for that. Mark that on your calendars. November 15th through November 17th. The NSR Western Championships here at Electric Dreams in El Segundo, California.
Turn marshals, whoever raced the last race.
All right, calling out for turn marshals. All the racers who raced in the last race should be marshaling this race.
Hey, Marshall!
Marshal, Marshal, Marshal. Who's taking your spot, Walt? Ryan. Waiting for Mr. Ryan Delgado. He may have stepped out. Okay, calling all marshals. And off we go. Second heat, first race. The FarrOut Slot Car Club, NSR F1 86 to 89. The funnest car ever. One of the funnest cars ever. All right, Dave Rose in blue. Oh, he just comes out. First place, now he's into second. Richard Rodriguez takes advantage of that off, passes him up. So now we have Richard Rodriguez in black lane, our first place. Dave Rose second in blue, third place Jim Wiseman in yellow, fourth. James Monda in green, fifth Tim Weston. Oh, switch. There's been a place change here. Stephen Farr moves to fifth, Tim Weston moves to sixth. All right, 10 laps. Everyone's almost on 10. Everybody's on 10. So Richard's with 11. Jim with 11. Jim Wiseman moving up to second place. He's a good F1 driver. He's got a great track. He's got a banked, wood-routed track with a Le Mans start. It's pretty amazing. I went to race with him a couple of times, and great track. So much fun. Especially with F1s on a bank turn. Oh, my goodness. Yep. So Jim Wiseman moves to second, Dave Rose to third, Jim on to fourth, Stephen Farr fifth, and Tim Weston in sixth.
Attention, 1 minute.
Oh, and who comes off? That was red. Mr. Farr. Steven needs a beer.
30 seconds.
Okay, that wasn't a car. They dropped their controller. Tim Weston comes off. All right, Jim Wiseman's taking the lead. Very nice. Yellow lane. Almost 25 laps for Mr. Wiseman. Can he make it? Oh, 24 laps. That's still pretty good. I'm going to really do my best to make 25 laps per lane. That's definitely no offs in red.
Jim Wiseman in the lead, Richard second, James Brown third, Dave Rose fourth, Steve
All right, Jim Wiseman's first, 24.36. Richard Rodriguez second, 24.05. James Monda's moving up a place also to third, 23.77. Dave Rose, 23.76. Good close race between third and fourth. Okay, then we got Stephen Farr, fifth place, 20.4, and Tim Weston, 18.18. It's our sixth place in white.
Attention, 1 minute.
Okay, less than 30 seconds. And this will be the second race. And we're on the second heat.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1, power.
And off we go. Okay, let's see if Jim Wiseman can keep his lead. Actually, Richard and Jim Wiseman, so blue and black. Good race there. Jim Wiseman moves back to first. Richard got ahead of him just for a couple of seconds there. Jim pulls back out front. He's in that black lane. Watch the race between black and blue. Here comes blue. Here comes black. So Richard Rodriguez takes his lead back, switching positions back and forth. Richard first in blue, Jim Wiseman second in black, Dave Rose third in white, fourth James Monda in yellow, fifth Stephen Farr in green, and sixth Tim Weston in red lane. John Bold, welcome to the chat. How's it going? Thanks for joining us. And he is watching the race back in England. All right. We had Barbados here. We had Australia. We had Austria. We had Spain. We had Portugal. England. USA. A lot of countries were on the chat earlier. Hopefully I didn't forget any. Australia. I said Australia. Yeah, Australia and Austria. Track call. Yeah, John, most likely Stephen Farr did race with you. He's an old Aussie, so definitely. I'm gonna hit him up and ask him after he's done messing around. You need some peanut butter with that jam? All right, he says his gears were jammed. Asked him if he needed peanut butter. I don't think he heard me. All right, when you have an off in the track like that, it's going to be a chewed gear or maybe a bent axle. Or both. You can also pop a bushing too. Not sure if you're allowed to glue your bushings in with these guys.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, we're going to start this without Steven. All right, Steven's back.
2, 1, power. Attention, 1 minute left.
All right, so Richard Rodriguez in blue. He's our leader. Jim Wiseman in black. So Richard's got 43. Jim Wiseman now 43. That's how close 1 and 2 is to each other. Dave Rose 43 in white. James Mondo 43 in yellow. So looks like we got a good battle between white and yellow. So James Mondo in yellow is right behind Dave Rose, trying to get that third place position. All right, 5th place, Stephen Farr. He lost some time. And then Tim Weston, 6th place with 38 laps.
10 seconds. End of stint. Please change lanes.
Just reach over and just hit the off switch. It's on the phone that's on top of the computer on the other side, Ryan. So where the screen is, see the phone? Just hit stop. There we go. There we go. Thank you. Music started playing, but we can't have music here because we are live streaming. And that's a no-no, unless it's your own music. Which I thought about, bringing some music in. A lot of these guys don't race with music, but I like to. That's just me. All right, third race of the second heat.
Attention, 1 minute left.
All right, so Richard's our leader with 48.70. Second, Jim Wiseman with 48 flat. Third, Dave Rose, 47.06. Fifth, James Monda, 46.87. Fifth, Stephen Farr, 41.74. And sixth place, Tim Wesson with 40 laps even.
30 seconds.
And my F1 race is coming up. Looking forward to that. See how well my car does. I know I had a gear problem. I had a chewed gear, so I replaced it this morning. So I'm in the last heat. Okay. Well, that's good to know. I can sit back and relax a little bit and do some good commentating for you guys.
Go.
Bless you. Right. Two came out there on that back stretch there. Frank Sisto handled it well. Sometimes you're trying to put the car back in the slot and the other car runs into you. I'd rather stop. That way I don't risk my car coming out of the slot. All right, so we got the leaders on 53 laps for Richard Rodriguez. He's holding his own in that white lane, 54 laps now. Jim Wiseman, 54 laps now, so that's how close they are to each other. All right, Richard Rodriguez trying to gain some more distance on who's behind him, and the only person behind him is Jim Wiseman. But Jim is right on his heels, 59 for Rodriguez. Richard, where's Jim? Where's Jim? There's Jim now for 59. Richard Rodriguez, first one to 60 laps. All right, looks like red sticker might have come off, but I think he's got another one on there. All right, Jim Wiseman now takes the lead from Richard. Neck and neck. Uh-oh, who's that? Who's that? That's red. It's Dave Rose. Big off there. Yellow and blue just came off. Well, so that's Steven messing with Jim Wiseman there. So now Richard takes his lead back. First place for Richard. Wow. If you blink, you might miss it. Very fast action here going on. All right, two offs there, yellow and green. Stephen Farr again.
30 seconds.
And Tim Weston again. Two lanes, yellow and green. All right, yeah, your car comes across and careens into you, man. It's just a recipe for a D slot. 70 laps now for Richard Rodriguez, 71 laps. Here comes Jim Wiseman with 71 laps. 70 for James Monda. James Monda's trying to close the gap there, 70.58. So our leader 1 and 2, here's how close they are to each other. Richard Rodriguez, 72.19. Jim Wiseman, 72.16. They can reach out and give each other a low five, practically. So James Monda, third place, coming up, 70.58. Let's see, he is going to blue lane, so that should be good for him. All right, but Richard Rodriguez is moving to red, so I have a feeling that Jim Wiseman is going to take advantage of that and try to get some distance on him. So if you're going to do it, this is the time you got to do it, when the guy in front of you is going to red. So you really got to turn and burn.
Attention. 1 minute left.
Yeah, John D, I heard about the trimming off the end of the motor shaft where it comes out of the pinion, and then using a collar as well, but that is not allowed, unfortunately, in this class. So typically, if you chew an aluminum one, it's allowed to be replaced with a brass one, and I think that's for their box stock rules. That's what pertains to the rules. But yes, I do know some guys that run the collars and trim those shafts off, and very smooth, very smooth. That would probably be allowed on our. I don't know. I don't know if you can trim motor shafts on our F1 class as well. I know you can change gears, you can change pinions, you can put bearings, but I don't think you can trim it. So depends on the rules of your club. So if everybody's doing it, that's fine. But yeah, that seems to be the better route to go. But they're trying to eliminate the work that someone would have to do to a car that you buy off the shelf. I think that's the purpose of not having that available. So, as far as I know, can clarify that with Steven. All right, back to the race. We've got Richard Rodriguez in first. All right, but Jim Wiseman's hot on his heels. So watch red, watch white. Here comes red around. Okay, now here comes Jim. All right, keep it cool. He can take this. All right, I'm going to call it. I'm watching these two guys now. All right, Richard just went past me. There goes Jim. Yellow goes into the wall. Okay, a little closer for Jim. A little closer. He's closing the gap. Oh no, somebody just ran into Jim. So blue lane came off, or green lane came off and ran into Jim. Man, that was going to be close. So, unfortunately for Jim, but fortunately for Richard, that gives him a little bit more gimme room, gives you a little more breathing room there. Okay, Jim Wiseman comes out again. What's going on? That's unlike Jim there. He was doing so well. Now there's a lap difference between them, first and second. Jim Wiseman second. Richard Rodriguez first in red. Jim Wiseman second in white. James Monda now is trying to close the gap between third and second. He is right on the doors of Jim Wiseman in white. So now I'm going to switch your attention over to watch the blue and the white lane. All right, yellow just came out. So I see blue lane coming around, and he's in front of him. So James Monda's got to keep it cool to be able to catch him. Here comes blue around, and there goes Mr. Wiseman in white. Black comes out, green comes out. All right, Richard's holding his lead, though. So now Richard's got a lap on Jim. But here comes Jim Monda. James Monda, 90 for Jim Wiseman, 90 for James Monda. That's how close they are for blue lane and white lane. So watch white and blue. Here comes white. Where's blue? He's coming around. Less than 30 seconds. Don't think he'll be able to catch him, but you never know. And yellow comes off. Black comes off. Black comes off again. Give that man a beer. 2. Yeah. Stephen Farr is definitely out of his comfort zone. He needs some hydration, some low-dration, something. All right, and that's going to do it. All right, Jim Wiseman comes on last second, but looks like there's, maybe 10 feet between blue and white. All right, so now here's the thing. Jim is moving to red. James is moving to white. So this is going to be good. I think this is where James Monda is going to take it here. And if, like for me, I always think, okay, this is where I need to do it. This is where I need to make my move. Sometimes it's about strategy. Sometimes it's about letting the guy in front of you go. Sometimes it's about staying behind the pack when you're going 4 wide in a turn. Not about speed. It's about keeping the car in the slot. Easy to get out of your groove, too. You keep falling off, you just get out of your groove. And sometimes it's hard to find that groove again. I know for me personally that happens when I'm falling out a lot. And I try not to let the frustration get the better of me, but try to maintain my composure and get back in the groove. That's all you can do. Oh, big crash on black. Okay. Okay, I stepped away for a second to go get some organic dried mango. So James Monda has pulled up into second place. So there you go, just like I said. Good strategy racing for James Monda. But now he's got to keep it, and he's got to keep Jim Wiseman away from him. 103 for James Monda. 103 for Jim Wiseman. That's how close they are to each other. But Richard Rodriguez is still keeping 1 lap cushion between first and second. 106, 2 laps. Okay, 105, 106. So there's a lap between first and second. So Dave Rose moves back to 4th place. He's in yellow. And Stephen Farr Jones 5th place in blue. And finally Tim West in 6th place in black lane. Okay, race number 5 of 6. Let's see who can get the 125 laps. I call that my benchmark. Ooh, black and yellow's coming out there. Tim Weston and Dave Rose. And done. All right, that was race number 5. So it looks like Richard Rodriguez, he's going to make 125 for sure. James Monda for sure. Jim Wiseman for sure, 125, he'll make it. And Dave Rose will also make the 125. So it's just a matter of if Tim Weston and Stephen Farr Jones can make 20 laps, that'll put them at 125. All right, count the next racers. David Reynolds, Baba Hooley, Tom Giese, Tim Herrera, Tim Fleener, and Al Castellan. James, good race, man. Good racing. Yeah. All right, Stephen Farr was not at his controller station. All right, here we go. First time James moves to red. Let's see if he can keep it cool and not come out. Well, he just came out one time right there. So Jim Wiseman third. He knows that James Monda is in that red lane. So now it's his time to shine. He's going to take that second place away from James. It's going to be in this heat right here, right now. So 126 for Jim. 128 for James Monda. 127 for Jim Wiseman. Richard Rodriguez is out in front. I'm sure he can solidify his victory here. All right, Richard Rodriguez first place in yellow. Second, James Monda in red. Third place, Jim Wiseman in green. Fourth place, Dave Rose in black. Fifth place, Stephen Farr in white. And sixth place, Tim Weston in blue. I got everything I need. Yeah, thank you. That was Mr. Carlos asking me if I needed anything. I said, I'm good. I got my water and my dried mango right here. So I am good to go. Keeping fueled up so I can keep my energy for you guys and to call this race. Oh, yellow just came out. Richard just came out. I think he's still good, though. Okay, 137 for James Monda, second. See where Jim is. 137 for Jim Wiseman. So he's close. Where is he? Jim Wiseman's in green. He's coming around. Okay, he's right behind. He is right behind. Okay, here's where he's going to pass him right here, right here, right here. And there we go. Jim Wiseman just gets past him. Probably hit it on the lap counter. Yep, exactly as I said. Jim Wiseman takes second place in the last 30 seconds of the race. There we go, track call. Dave Rose comes off in black lane. Oh, great driving, Jim Wiseman. Yeah, man. That's how you do it. All right, 10 seconds. Okay, nobody fall off. Oh, no. James Monda comes out. Oh, man. That's it. Wow. Well, that was a good race in the end there between second and third. Richard Rodriguez had it. So he finishes with 144. I can't see the rest of it, but second place was Jim Wiseman. Third place, James Monda. He had 142.19. Fifth place was Stephen Farr Jones. Can't see how many laps he did. And then Dave Rose, Dave Rose was fourth. Oh, Tim Weston. He's our sixth place, so can't really see the screen right now. They're adding in the tenths. So looking at the total laps, Eddie's short 160.29. Wow. And behind him is Walter with 151.25. That's a lot of laps. I got to keep in the groove. That's all I'm thinking right now. Dennis, what's going on? Yeah, you did. Okay, next race we have Al Castellan in red, Tim Fleener in white, Tim Herrera in green, Tom Giese in blue, Baba Hooley in yellow, and David Reynolds in black lane. Heat number 3 of 4. I will be racing in the last heat. All right, thank you for tuning in. Thank you for joining us here live on the YouTube broadcast for Electric Dreams in the FarrOut Slot Car Club race of Los Angeles here. Coming to you live from El Segundo, California, the world's biggest slot car store. All right, here we go. So let's see. Al, I'd say Tom Giese, Baba Hooley, Tim Herrera, all great drivers. We'll see how they perform. So Tom Giese gets out front right now. All right. See, that's Tim Fleener in white. Gets out in front. Wow. Tom Giese right behind him in blue. Here we got white and blue. Oh, Tim just came off, so there goes Tom right by him. That's the way the F1 works there. All right, little mistaken identity with the sticker on one car and not the other. So, it's classic. Can't make this stuff up. All right. See where we're at here. Tim Fleener gets his lead back. Yes. Yep. And now we have Tim Herrera second, moving up in green. Tom Giese falls back to third. Baba Hooley fourth. David Reynolds fifth. Al Castellan sixth in red. Al's just playing it cool. Make it 25 laps, Al. You know what you got to do. Ooh. Track call and a pileup. Okay. Yeah, one of the F1 cars has green on the tip. So better to cover that green with a sticker. All right, off we go again. Give it a couple laps here, see where we're at. All right, so Tim Herrera moves to first, Tim Fleener to second. Baba Hooley to third, David Reynolds to fourth, Al Castellon to fifth, Tom Giese to sixth. So right there, red came out, fishtailed into white lane, and stopped white lane. So now Tim moves back to third, and Bob moves up to second.
Attention, 1 minute.
All right, that was Al came out first time. It's in red lane. Tim Herrera first in green. Baba Hooley second in yellow. Tim Fleener third in white. Tom Giese fourth in blue. Dave Reynolds fifth in black. And Al Castellon sixth in red. Okay, I think there is going to be an adjustment here. So I think Tim Herrera got an extra lap. We'll see. All right, we have to correct the laps that were counted. So Tim gets 1 lap taken away, and Tom Giese gets 1 lap added. So let's see what that does here. Maybe it'll move Tim to second. Let's see. No, it's not going to move him to second, even if they take a lap away. Got to hit okay after that. Okay, off we go again. Now we have an adjustment. Ding, ding. There we go.
Rider detected.
Okay. So Tim does keep his first place, but it closes the gap there between Tim and Tim. Tim Herrera 1 and Tim Fleener 2nd place in red. Baba Hooley moves back to 3rd. Tom Giese moves up to 4th. David Reynolds 5th and Al Castellon 6th. So Al's trying to make up some time here. Right, first to 30 laps will be Tim Herrera in yellow, followed by Tim Fleener in blue. I'm sorry, Tim Fleener in red. Baba Hooley in 3rd in black. 4th place Tom Giese in white. 5th place Al Castellon in green. And David Reynolds 6th in blue. Ooh, big crash over there. We have red out, white out and yellow out. Okay, now we're all back in.
Here we
Wow.
go. 3, 2, 1, out.
Pretty much.
All right, Tim Herrera is trying to make that 40 laps in yellow. Tim Fleener just comes out in red. Let's see if Babahuli can take advantage of that. Yep. So I think Babahuli moves to second. Red comes out again. Tim Fleener's got to get his groove back. 2 cars coming out again. Blue comes out. Green comes out. Sliding going on around here. Tom Giesi's been sliding a little bit here. Multiple crash.
3, 2,
Yeah, 2 cars come off one thing, but 3 cars, yeah. That's a legitimate track call. All right, Tim Herrera's keeping his lead with 45 laps. Babahuli's right behind him with 45 now. See how close they are to each other. So yellow lane and black lane. So Tim in yellow with 46. Now Babahuli in black with 46. So here comes Babahuli charging.
10 seconds.
See if he can pass him.
End of stint.
All right, that's it. Very close between Babahuli and Tim Herrera. Wow. So Tim Herrera is in the lead, but Babahuli's right behind him, so this is how close they are. Tim Herrera, first place yellow, 48.52. Babahuli, second in black with 48.21. Wow. 0.31 tenths. Yep.
Attention. 1 minute left. 30 seconds.
Oh, no, not 0.31. Sorry, I'm looking at the other. They're close. There we go. All right, so third place, Tim Fleener. He's coming out of that red lane. Tom Giesi is going into red lane now, but Tim's coming into the faster lane. He's coming into green. Bob's moving to blue, and Tim is moving to black. So Tim has got to put some distance on those cars, give him a nice cushion.
Attention. 1 minute left.
All right, clean the tires here. Let's see what's going to happen here. I think Tim Herrera knows he's in the black lane here.
30 seconds.
All right, so let's watch this race at the start between black lane and yellow lane. Yep.
3, 2, 1.
McLaren?
I haven't seen this street race, so I don't know anything about it. That's a McLaren, yeah. Yeah, rocking an orange with chrome.
6, 7, 2, 1, 5, 7, 8, 1, yellow, 7, 0, blue, 6, 7, 4, green, 8, 2, 1, white, 7, 3.
Oh, wow.
Chrome?
Yeah, that's... All right. Track call there. All right, Tim Herrera first place. Black lane, Baba Hooley second in blue. Tim Fleener third in green. Tom Giese fourth in red. Fifth, Al Castellon in yellow. Sixth, David Reynolds in white. So far, Tim Herrera's got the fastest lap so far on green with a 6.635. Actually, there's some faster laps here. Looks like Tim Weston did a 5.7. Wow. I don't know about that. Well, we got some 6.2s from Eddie Shore. That's part of Eddie, Fast Eddie there for sure. He did a 6.5 on red. Wow. All right, Tim Fleenor. Track call. There's a big off right there.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, Tim Fleenor takes the lead with 63 now. Baba Hooley keeps a second, but he is followed by Tim Herrera in black lane.
Attention, 1 minute left.
All right, so Baba Hooley's holding the second place there, but Tim Fleenor is trying to get out in front there. So 73 laps for Tim in first place in green, and 73 laps for Baba Hooley in blue.
In the stint, please change lanes.
All right, very close between Baba Hooley and Tim Herrera. So Tim Fleenor 74.04, Baba Hooley 73.39. And 0.03 right behind him is Tim Herrera with 73.36. Wow, that's close. All right, reach out and touch someone. All right, Tom Giese, fourth, 71.59. Fifth, Al Castellon, 71.18. And David Reynolds, sixth place in white with 66.55.
30 seconds.
And thank you to those of you who are still here and tuning in, watching the race here. We are calling the shots here live at Electric Dreams in El Segundo, California, the world's biggest slot car store. This is the FarrOut Club race, the FarrOut Club of Los Angeles. And we are finishing the day out with the box stock NSR F1 86 to 89. And if you haven't already done so, please don't forget to like and subscribe. Hit that notification button so that you get all the notifications of all the great content that we have coming up. Also, mark on your calendars for next month the Western Championship NSR. It's going to be Friday, November 15th, Saturday, November 16th, and the race will be Sunday, November 17th. So please join us for that. Andrea from NSR will also be joining us, so I don't know if he'll be racing or if he'll just be hanging out, introduce some of his new products. We shall see. You never know, so stay tuned. Okay, here we go. Tim Fleenor moves to yellow. Bob moves to white. Tim Herrera moves to blue. So it's pretty close between 2 and 3. So Baba Hooley in white and Tim Herrera in blue. The big off there. Who came off? That was blue. That was Tim Herrera. Okay, somebody riding on somebody else's lane. That is a rider. Yeah, John, I think the 5-5 with Tim and the 5 spoke Tims, I think there was probably a crossing of the lanes or a car jumped the lane, so it happens. So, but those 5-5s maybe out of the cars we race with the gearing and the ball bearings, but definitely not these cars. So disregard the 5.508 in green and the 5779 in black. Plus, I haven't seen a 5 yet on any of the times.
Okay, right there. Okay, here we go.
3, 2, 1, go.
So Tim Fleener is holding his own in yellow. 79 laps. He'll be the first to 80 laps. And there we go. Tim Fleener with 80 laps. And yellow just comes out. That was Tim Fleener. Can't be doing too much of that if you want to keep your lead. All right, Tim Herrera right on his heels there with 80 laps. Tim Fleener with 81. Now Tim Herrera with 81. Tim Fleener with 82. And Baba Hooley's moved back to 3rd position. He's got 82, trying to chase down Tim Herrera in blue. So it looks like we've got a good fight between yellow, blue, and white lane. Two laps on yellow. All right, lap adjustment.
What's the car that was on there that should get +1? That's right. What's the red? Oh, red was in. Yeah. Okay, check the time. Except the red gives you 1.
All right, a little adjustment there in the laps.
1, go.
All right, so it's Tim and Tim in the battle. Tim Fleener versus Tim Herrera. So we got a battle going on between the yellow and blue. 89 laps for Tim Fleener. And 89 laps for Tim Herrera. That's how close they are. Baba Hooley's trying to make up some distance there. He's got 89 right behind Tim Herrera in blue. So basically we're looking for yellow, blue, and white to be a shootout. All right, Tim Fleener's going to get 95 laps here. There we go. Tim Herrera right behind him.
30 seconds.
Okay, and Tim's got 95, but Tim Fleener just got 96. Less than, 20 seconds left right there. Okay, race number 4 of 6. So we've got 2 more races with this group, and then I'll be up. And see if we can get Eddie up here to do some commentary.
In the stint. Please change lanes.
Good race. All right, so Tim Fleener's holding his own, but it's very close. So Tim Fleener first place, 99.86. Second, Tim Herrera, 98.83. Third place, Baba Hooley, 98.20. Fourth place, Tom Giese, 97.11. Fifth place, Al Castellan, 96.30. And David Reynolds, sixth place with 88.56.
Attention, 1 minute, 30 seconds. Attention, 1 minute left.
Good race, Tim. Go get him, Tim. Okay, off we go. Race number 5. One more race to go after this. Right now, Tim Flinger's in the black lane now. Tim Herrera's in white lane. Baba Hooley's in red lane. Finishing that red lane is just a tough thing, finishing in red lane. Especially when we've been doing so good. That's where you need those 2 to 3 laps cushion. But it's hard to make up laps in red lane. Just have to stay on. All right, one more race after this, so let's see where the positioning goes from here. Tim Fleener's holding his own. Now he's got 1 lap on Tim Herrera, so it's close here. A little boo-boo off the track, anything could happen. 109 for Tim Fleener in black. 110 now. 109 for Tim Herrera in white, and red lane just comes off. Baba Hooley. Right, definitely going to see some 125s in this group. Right now, Tom Giese moves up from 4th to 3rd, pushes Baba Hooley back to 4th place in red. And now Tom Giese moves up to 3rd. Eddie Shore's in the house. Welcome.
Oh, I'm tired.
Come on up here.
What's up?
Cool your heels. Watching this great race between Tim Fleener, Tim Herrera, and now Tom Giese.
Tom's it's naturally Tim's sitting fast track.
Exactly.
So unfortunately, I'm reporting to everybody that I'm going to be DQ'd in that first race.
Why?
My rear wheels were too wide.
Oh, you used the 13s?
I used 13 wheels.
Oh, no,
and I
Eddie.
wasn't, as usual, wasn't aware of what I
Right,
was using.
right.
So
Okay.
That's why that car was so good, maybe.
That's why that car was so good. Well, there you heard it first here. You got the information. Mr. Eddie Shore, unfortunately, was using the wrong wheels on his car. But, you know, that's racing. It happens.
It's happening.
I had more set screws in my car, so I had to take the screws out. So, because I had put the 5 screws in for the motor pod, so I took those 2 out. So stuff like that. I mean, it's just easy. There's so much going on. We had an F1 race last weekend.
Yep.
So, and then F1 this weekend. So.
I put some new tires that weren't oiled on and threw them all up, but I didn't look at the right wheels first.
Okay. Lesson learned. Lesson
well,
learned. That's
lesson
okay.
learned for this time.
Right. Yeah.
I don't know if it'll stick for next time.
Right. Right. All right. Well, Tim Fleener's holding his own, man. 123, but Tim Herrera's right on his heels at 122. Still got a heat to go. So now it's going to be okay. Who has to finish in red now? All right. So Tim Herrera now has to finish in red, and you know what happens there.
Well, it's, depending on who it is.
His
I
cushion.
like red lane. It's a long way around, but I find that I do as well in red and white almost as I do in some of the other lanes. So I don't do very well on black especially. So, and so it depends on who's driving it, how well they drive red. I do pretty well on it.
I did good with the Revos on red.
Yeah.
I didn't de-slot. Maybe at one time I had 2 offs on white and 1 on red.
Yeah.
Well, okay, so I think, if I'm looking at this correctly, I think Tom Giese is going to take advantage of Tim Herrera being in red because he's right behind him. Tom Giese's got 122.75.
Oh, yeah.
And Tim Herrera's got 123.60.
And Tom is
He's very
much
consistent.
one of the
Very
top-
con- and
in
he's
fact,
finishing in black.
He is the top driver
Yeah.
of the club right
Yeah.
now,
And
according to the points.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
he has a great chance of moving up. Okay, we're looking at this stuff now. Who's in? If you take me out of it, I think Walt. Maybe?
Walt's right behind you, 151.25. So Walt's now the leader. And then we got Mike McLennan at 150.05.
What kind of chance does him or whoever's in the
All right,
lead
as soon as
now?
the screen comes off, let's take a look. So I'm here with Eddie Shore, and if those of you who don't know Fast Eddie, as we call him, great guy, been around the slot car scene. He's got his book. Eddie, why don't you say a little bit about your book?
Oh, it's called Slot Car Racing in Popular Culture, available at Electric Dreams or on Amazon. And it's just about basically my life in slot car racing, divided into 6 chapters. And it was fun to write, all about slot car racing.
It's a good book. I still have to get you to sign mine. That's something I carry with me every day. Okay, here we go. This is the last race of the 3rd heat, and I'm going to let Eddie take over after this. I'll be running in the next heat. And that'll be it for the FarrOut race for today.
Yeah, boy, it's been a long one.
I know. I see. Yeah. We're at 24 on the grid today. Well, actually 23 until Tim showed up.
Yep.
So, yeah. So 6 racers in 4 races.
Yep.
Yep. Which makes it even.
It does. Yeah, that part of it is good. Okay, so
Okay, let's watch what's going on here. Okay, here comes Tom Giese. He's making the charge.
6.6.
Yep. So Tim is 127 laps. Now 128. Now 128 for Tom Giese. Right behind him. Watch black and red. Watch black and red. Tom is going to go by him. This is it. This is where you make your move.
Here it comes.
Is there a
goes
crash?
Tom. He may have.
No. Was there a crash?
Well, let's see who's in the lead now. Tim still.
No.
in the lead.
131. So
And
he was right behind him.
138.
So there was a little
He must have come
intrusion there. So yeah, Tom. Now he's got to bridge that gap
up. 2
again.
minutes to go.
Yep. I think he can do it. He's in black.
He's doing 7.1 compared to 6.6. So Tom is a good ways faster.
Yes, he is.
We'll see how he comes.
Tim Fleener is holding his own. He's
134.
Tim Fleener's doing great today.
134. He's about a half lap behind.
So Tim Fleener is our leader in white lane, 138.
And here comes
Tim Herrera, 135 in red. Tom Giese, 135 in black. Okay, so 136 for Tim, 136 for Tom Giese. So let's see this.
Tom's moving up.
Here we go.
Watch
Here we go. It's
black
coming
lane.
for him. He is coming for him.
As they pass
Here he
us
comes.
by,
Yep,
there's
flying
red
by.
and there's black.
Yep. So
2 seconds
yep,
behind.
Yep. He's closing it. There we go. He's going to get him here. This is where you got to get it. Oh, someone just came off. Who was that? That was red. Oh no, that was Tim Herrera. That's it. That's second. There we go. He just lost a second. Oh my
Dropped
goodness.
down to third.
Yeah, dropped down to 3rd, and that hairpin over there, just trying to. Sorry. Oh, off again. Is that Fleener? No, he ran into.
So
That was Tim
Tom had
Herrera.
a lap on him
Yeah.
just
Because of that.
those two.
Wow. So Tom Giese moves into second now, and he's going to finish most likely in second.
Now, what about on the overall?
Overall,
Yeah, did you notice what Walt and Mike have?
Yeah, 150, 155, 150 for Mike. So
Okay,
now we're looking
close.
at, yep, we're getting there. Rider.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay.
Set, go. Here we go.
Walter Baines, race director.
1, go.
All right, so Tim's going to seal the deal here with first place. And Tom Giese is going to seal the deal with second place. Green.
Crack. Ryan juggled
Yeah, it
Bob
happens.
Hooey's car out of
happens.
his hands.
It happens.
And onto the floor.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've done it before.
Well, we all have.
We all
you
have.
can't be perfect in that, especially if there's another car coming. You want to watch your fingers. You want to grab the car as quickly as possible.
Yeah.
So at least he gets his tires cleaned.
Who else would you swear on?
Hey, thanks, John. I'm going to go out there and tear it up. So I can only do what I can do. I'm going to just try to keep it in the groove, man. That's all I got to say. All right, coming down to the wire here. And I'm going to take a break and hand it over to Mr. Eddie Shore. I'm going to go get ready. So if you want to, you can stay there or move over, whatever you like.
Yeah, I'm going to move over, I think. Be over in 3 seconds, 2 seconds. Okay. Moving on over into the other seat here. Oh, this is a little too warm here, this seat. So, Eddie Shore here. This last race, we had Tim Fleener winning it over Tom Giese, and third was Tim Herrera. All three guys race pretty often in the FarrOut Club. Tom, actually, who finished second, is the points leader for the year so far, I believe. We do drop some of our races after, I think, 30 races in. And so we really don't know till the end of the year who really has the most points overall. They're doing the zone correction for the sections of the track right now, since the computer does a pretty good job of it, but not 100% accurately. I've got the chat open if any people want to yak at me at all. Any questions about racing, this particular race, the FarrOut Club, I'll try to answer and keep an eye on the track at the same time. One more race to go of 6 lanes. We're going to have Rob Bender on red, Kevin Tabucci, who is, I think, second or third in our FarrOut Club right now, Chris Tsukimoto in green, Lee Richard, who races at Big Lou's, is going to be on blue, Dewan Clark on yellow, and Mark Natividad, who did very well in the first race, Revo slot cars. He's running on black. It's a busy day here at Electric Dreams on a Saturday. We've got some kids over there on the Samson track, which is a polycar 6-lane plastic track. Nice to see some kids running some cars. I believe they're magnet cars. They're not sliding around very much. It helps the kids keep them on. So we had a turnout of 24 racers, a pretty good turnout. Many of our races have between 15 and 20 for our FarrOut Club. We race usually 2 Saturdays per month. If you go to FarRoutSlotCars.com, that's FarRout with 2 R's, you can find out the racing schedule. You can see all the classes, all the rules for the classes, etc. It's a club that's been going for about 22 years in the LA area with 8 home tracks. They're trying to hunt up some turn marshals. Usually the racers who just finished racing will be the turn marshals. Getting ready to start the race, everyone. They're all lined up. Looks like we're missing Lee. What happened to Lee Richard? Lee was going to race, but he's not here on the line, so I think we're going to start without him. That's blue lane. That's one way to X yourself out of a race. Just don't show up. Up, Stephen Farr Jones, our benevolent dictator of the FarrOut Club. Looks like he might be stepping in for blue lane, but our race director, Walt Baines, kicked him out. Carlos, who's for Electric Dreams, is going to race. So, Carlos is stepping in to race on the blue lane since Lee Richard is not around. We'll see how he does. Looks like Kevin jumped out to a lead with Chris right behind him. Here we go. John's asking about the FarrOut tracks. Are they routed or plastic sectional? I'd say right now most of them are routed. We have a couple of plastic tracks. One of them we race on the one here at Electric Dreams, the Samson track, which is polycar. We have a scale extric, I believe it is, in Sherman Oaks that fills a two-car garage. That one's plastic. And I think that's it. I think the rest of them now are routed wood tracks. Kevin is in the lead, followed by Mark on black and Chris Tsukimoto on green in third. It's the faster heat, everyone. We've got 4 guys into the 6s this time, right away. Fastest lap is Chris Tsukimoto on green with a 6.765. Mark Natividad in the lead now on black lane, followed by Chris on green lane. And Carlos from Electric Dreams on blue lane is now in third. He is a substitute driver for Lee Richard, who is not in the house. Carlos is probably using one of the loaner cars. That's one of the things that causes the club to be so successful is Stephen provides loaner cars for every class, for every race, so you can just show up and race. Okay, we got Mark still in the lead, followed by now Carlos. Oh, Carlos took over the lead on blue lane, and Mark must have crashed. Carlos in the lead on blue lane, followed by Mark on black lane. Mark's turning a quicker lap. He's up. He would have caught him, but he just came out. A little slow marshaling kept him from catching him. 40 seconds to go in this first heat. Here you go. Carlos still in the lead on blue lane, followed by Mark Natividad on black, and Kevin Tabucci on white lane is third. Followed very closely by Chris Tsukimoto. Chris Tsukimoto took over third. So that's it for the first heat. Oh, I'm sorry, there's 14 seconds left. Okay, so that's heat number 1. Carlos in first on blue lane, finishing up. Mark second on black, and Chris Tsukimoto third. Kevin fourth. Rob Bender on red, the long way around in fifth, and Dewan sixth. So for Rob, finishing fifth isn't all that bad. It is the long way around the track. Very hard to be ahead when you're on red lane. For those who are following along on the FarrOut, on the Electric Dreams website or the YouTube channel of Electric Dreams, I put in the website for the FarrOut Club. You can look up all of the rules, the calendar, the history, see pictures of all of our tracks. It's a very extensive website. Getting ready to start heat number 2. So we have the leader, Carlos Al, moving over to white lane. He's driving the loaner cars. He's got a white car out there. We'll see how he does. Followed by Mark Natividad on blue lane, running a blue car. Should be easy to follow these two. And Kevin moved over to red lane, is in third. Mark looks like he doesn't have very good traction out there, but he's keeping it in the slot, which is the important thing in a race like this. Always takes the marshal a little longer than you think it's going to when you crash. Carlos, driving instead of Lee Richard on white lane, still has the lead, followed by Mark Natividad on blue lane, and third is Kevin Tabucci on red lane. Fastest time out there, the only one in the sixes, is Mark on blue lane with a 6.858. Everybody else in the sevens. 7-0 for Kevin on red, which is getting down there. See if he can get into the sixes. He's pushing it. 7.075 still his fastest. 7.002 by Carlos on white lane. He's stepping it up as well. Still, only Mark is in the sixes.
Attention, 1 minute.
And with 1 minute to go, it's still Carlos on white in the lead, followed by Mark on blue, and third is Kevin. Fourth is Rob. Once Rob got off of that red lane, he moved up a notch. 5th is Chris. They just swapped places. It's Rob. I may have crashed. I'm not sure who did. Oh, Rob crashed again. Oh, track. Right in the straightaway. Bye, Frank.
Here we go.
Oh, okay.
2, 1, go.
Oh, Mark Natividad took over the lead on blue lane. He's up. It swapped again with Carlos. They're side by side now, running side by side. So take a look at white and blue lane. Blue has just a hair of a lead.
10 seconds.
With 10 seconds to go, Mark is in the lead by just a bit. And third is 2 laps back is Kevin on red lane. Okay, that's 2 of the lanes done with 4 to go. Again, if any of you have any questions watching on the YouTube channel, shoot them in there. I'm checking out the chat as well. This is a 2-minute break while they change lanes. They change the lane sticker. They clean their tires with lint rollers. They're not allowed to put anything on their tires other than the lint roller. Sometimes people will add some braid juice to clean up the braid. Rare that people are going to oil them during the race. Fastest time out there was 6.782 by Mark Natividad. .40 seconds to go before we start our third heat. Okay, we've got a good race between 4th and 5th. Chris Tsukimoto just a little bit ahead of Rob Bender. They're going to be switching over. Rob's going to be on yellow and Chris is going to be on black. You can run a little faster on black, but you got to be a little more careful since there's a few more tighter turns. And it's a gutter lane. You got to watch out for traffic. People crash in front of you. And there they go. The controllers that we're using here at the FarrOut Club are house controllers. Most of us at our home tracks use Professor motor controllers. People really complain about the fact that we don't allow your own personal controller. These controllers that we use, they don't have any separate dials for sensitivity or brake or curve or any of those really details, things that can tune in your controller. The club has really been designed to incorporate new racers so that they can just show up, drive the loaner cars. The controllers are already hooked up to the lanes. You got to just do your best to adjust to the controllers. Back to the race. We have Mark in the lead on the white lane. Carlos is now moved over to the red lane, and he is about a lap behind Mark. So that second is on red and first is on white. Mark is going to have to move to red lane after this, and Carlos is going to be moving down to green and then yellow. So Carlos has a bit of an advantage actually right now. Kevin, one of our top drivers, just came off. He's kind of pushing it a little too hard. So, Mark in the lead on white lane, followed by Carlos in red lane, and Kevin is third now on the green lane. He's got a good 3 laps ahead of fourth. Here's Rob Bender on the yellow lane, and fifth, Chris, 2 laps back on black lane, and Dewan on blue lane currently. A couple laps back of fifth. Fastest lap on the track. We've got a number of guys into 6s now. We've got the fastest lane out there is Kevin is 6.610. Mark's not far behind with a 6.699. A couple of 6.9s for fourth and fifth place. That's Rob and Chris.
3, 2, 1, power.
John, that's Carlos on red lane currently, not Marco.
30 seconds.
"20 seconds to go, and it's Mark in first, Kevin in second, and Carlos in third. That red lane can hold you back.
In the stint.
Okay, that's 3 lanes down, half of the race done. And we've got Mark in the lead, second is Kevin, third is Carlos, fourth is Rob, fifth is Chris, and sixth is Dewan. So Chris ended up getting about a lap and a half ahead of Rob. I'm sorry, Rob ended up getting a lap and a half over Chris. So Chris struggled on black lane. I think he got a slow start actually, but he'll be catching up now, I think, as he moves over to blue, which is a nice center lane track and pretty fast. I think I had my fastest time on blue.
Attention, 1 minute left.
Let's see. Carlos has 72.9 and Rob has 68.4. So he's about 4 laps back, 4.5 laps back. So it'll be pretty tough for him to catch Carlos. We will see.
Check your brain. Check your brain.
30 seconds.
Kevin's not far behind Mark. Kevin is going down to the fastest lane on the track. That's yellow. And Mark is going to be on red. So we may see a change here depending how well Kevin keeps it in. He'll turn some fast times. You can't win it on red, but you can certainly lose it. We'll see how he does. I'll check the lap times right away. So we've got Kevin's first lap coming across is a 6.78, and Mark's coming across was an 8.0. So you notice quite a bit of difference. And Mark just came off. Oh, little car trouble here. Tim Herrera fixing the tire. That's going to really hurt Mark. Oh, that hurt for sure. Kevin now solidly in the lead. 78 over 70, 79 over 77. Mark dropped down to third, and Carlos climbed up to second. People joking, calling Carlos Lee because Lee Richard didn't show up for the race that he's supposed to be in. Kevin came out. Last lap was a 10 point something, which is good 3 seconds off. That's half a lap. Kevin is pushing it, but his times are slow. Yep, 6.8, back on track. So they're on the same lap. Kevin's got about 3/4 of a lap. Oh, Kevin just came out. We'll see what happens. That's going to help Carlos, who's on green, catch him. Kevin came out again. Carlos just took over the lead on green lane. And Mark moved up into second on red lane, but he came out also. So we'll see if there's a change of position here between first, second, and third. Yep, it's Carlos on green is first, Kevin is on yellow in second, and Mark is third now on red. He came out again. We'll see what's happening, if he'll slip down anymore.
It's the outside, all the outside lips.
It's like somebody got a flat tire. I think that's Kevin, so they're checking that tire. Oh, that was Mark's tire. Greetings, UC Slot Cars. Oh, and Marco's watching from home. Hey, Marco, how come you're not here? Just kidding. Continuing along here, we've got Carlos still in the lead with 92 laps, 93 now, over second place with 92. Carlos Kevin came out again. Kevin's really, he's going to swap cars here. Nope, he's going to try one more lap. But Kevin is still in second. But he's going to, he's going to drive it straight through, it looks like. So we've got Carlos in the lead on green lane, finishing up with Kevin in second on yellow, Mark third. Let's look at those scores. So we've got Carlos has got almost 2 laps over Kevin. And Kevin's got not quite 3/4 of a lap, about 3/4 of a lap over Mark. Mark has 2 laps over Rob in 4th place. And Rob has about almost 4.5 laps over 5th place. That's Chris. And Chris has 2 laps and a little bit over Dewan in 6th. UC Slot Cars in the chat. Where are you writing in from? Just curious.
Attention.
And John, where is it that you're writing in from? So this is our 2-minute break as they change lanes, put lane stickers on, hit the tires with the lint roller. This is going to be the 5th heat, so 2 more to go.
30 seconds.
Ten seconds to go. That's what that ding, ding, ding is. Melbourne, welcome.
Three, two, one. Power.
Here we go. So Mark now. So Carlos is now, the leader is on yellow. That's Carlos. Kevin is second on black lane. And third is Mark, who had some trouble on the green lane. All 3 are in some pretty quick lanes right now.
We got lead with a 2-lap lead over black, and then
got some pretty fast times out here. 6.6 on for Mark on green lane. 6.8 for Carlos on yellow. He's doing a good job. I've seen Carlos improve a lot since he started doing this stuff here. 106 for Carlos in first. 104 for Kevin. Yeah, he's got a good 3-lap lead. Yeah, Carlos has got a 3-lap lead. Mark came out again. That's going to set him back. That was yellow lane. That was Carlos that came out. We'll see if it affects his race. Yeah, he still got himself a good 2.5 lap lead. A little bit more than 2. We've got somebody cheering for Carlos here from Morpheus Harris. Well, thank you. Here we go. It's still Carlos in the lead on yellow lane, being cheered on by Marco. Carlos is having a good race out here. He's just turned 115. He's got 2 laps over second. That's Kevin on black lane. And Carlos is driving very calm and cool, even though his car is sliding around there. Just turned a 7.1 and Kevin turned a 6.9. 30 seconds to go. This is heat 5 out of 6. It'll be one more heat after this. Ooh, 2 cars out. We'll see. Ooh, white lane. I guess that wasn't anybody in contention. That was Chris, who's in 5th. 10 seconds to go here with Carlos in the lead on yellow. Kevin in second on black. Third is Mark, who's about 3 laps back of second. Okay, we're getting ready for the last one. Marco, are you giving me instructions here? You would say out of 10. Out of 10 what? Okay, it's another lane change, 2 minutes worth while they change their lane sticker. Use the lint roller on their tires, make sure that everything is working, the tires have not come off the rim, maybe add some braid juice. Make sure their controllers are still there, that nobody reached over and unhooked the brake. My grade, I don't know what you mean, Marco, my grade. My grade when I was teaching was 7th and 8th. How's that? Yep, UC Slot Cars. This is really a fun track to race on. It's got some good size. It's probably the largest track in our club. We're lucky to be able to come here and race on this one and the polycar track that's right next to this one, which is a 6-lane plastic track. Very different experience. Getting ready, the bell rang, we're getting ready for the last round out of the 6. Here we go. And we've got Carlos on the black lane. He's got to just keep it in and stay ahead and he'll be fine. Second is Kevin on blue lane. Let's check their times. Carlos is a little faster for the first lap. And ooh, Carlos must have come out because he's way back, a 2.5 behind Kevin. We'll see if he can hang in there. He's got 2 laps ahead. We'll see if Kevin can close that gap or not. Mark came out on yellow. Oh, somebody got in the way of yellow. So Carlos still has just under 2 laps ahead of Kevin. Carlos is on black, Kevin is on blue. Third place is yellow. The top 3 are on the 3 shortest way around the track. And Mark just had a nice clean pass over Carlos, but he's 5 laps back, so it's going to be tough for him to do anything. Carlos came out. We'll see what his time is on this next lap. You'll get an idea what happens when you come out and somebody's in his way. You had to slow down. Oh, Mark had a 10.1 lap. That must have been something that got in the way. Carlos 137, Kevin 135. We have a false rider call, so we'll have to get back to it. We got about a minute to go, minute and 10 seconds. Mark came out again.
Attention, 1 minute.
Somebody came out on red. Chris did. He didn't. Okay, we'll see where we're at. 140 for Carlos. 139. He's still got 2-lap lead over second. It's Carlos over Kevin over Mark. And Mark has a good 3 laps over, or 2.5 laps over 4th place Rob.
30 seconds.
30 seconds to go. It's still Carlos on black lane over Kevin on blue lane. Kevin's pushing. He just got his fastest lap, 6.746. Not the fastest in the race. Mark's got that with 6.56, followed by Carlos. 10 seconds to go. Looks like Carlos is bringing it home. There you go. Carlos. Woo! Yeah. Yeah. Very good finish. Carlos first on the black lane with 148. Second was Kevin with 145. Third was Mark with 142. Fourth was Rob. Fifth was Chris. And sixth was Dewan. All right, Mark. You had some trouble there, my friend. You
got into some heat and got into some.
Oh, you had some car trouble, right?
And, well, I also stopped for a car that was turned over, so
right.
More than a few times.
Yep, more than a few.
And then I got knocked out. So it is what it is.
It is what it is. It's racing.
It's fun. The car was good, but apparently there's a little piece of tire that came up in here, and that was causing me to. But this is a good car.
It is good. So what about that Carlos?
Oh man, Carlos!
In there
yeah,
and
heck
won
yeah,
a
let's do
race.
this. Yeah, he loves F1. Carlos loves
That's
F1.
great.
Good race from Carlos.
That's great. That was good.
Yeah, I was just trying to maintain composure. You know how you get out of the groove, and then I switch cars, and it doesn't feel the same.
Oh,
you know? It's like, oh man.
It takes a while to get
Yeah,
back in, and
it's
they're
like,
only
oh.
3-minute heats, so you
Yeah.
got to get used to the controller from
And-
lane to lane,
and the car.
You get used to the car. If you switch cars, the
Yeah.
whole deal.
Yeah.
Everything's different.
Hey, but you know what? I had fun. I'm going to do some quick repairs. I don't even think I glued these tires. Well, maybe they are glued.
Yeah,
But there we go. Yeah, lift up.
yeah.
Yep.
That's it. All right, good run.
All right, great job. All right, that was a great race. Thank you guys for attending. Thank you for checking it out. I just finished the F1 race, and as you can see, from first to third, I'll take it. Let's see where I fared. 14th. So due to the nature of the car trouble and stuff. So it happens to the best of us. It happens to the best of cars. but you know what? I still had fun. yeah, I know. Hey, you know what, James? We've all been there. You know what? And that's the way it is. Yeah, that's great. I'm coming for you, James Monda. No, you know I'm not. You know. All right. Thank you, guys. All right. Thank you guys for attending. And this is Mark Natividad, your host with the most, calling the shots live trackside. Thank you for joining us for the FarrOut Slot Car Club Los Angeles F1 race and the GT Revo race. All right. So thank you for joining us. Stay tuned for more great content. Don't forget to hit that like and subscribe button and hit the notification. Stay tuned for more juicy goodness. And I will go ahead and sign out from Mark Natividad here at El Segundo Electric Dreams. Good night and happy racing. Take care. See you next time. Bye. Bye, Chris. See you next time.